that was the wrong mic that I muted. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing today? Happy Friday, happy Boxing Day if you are in the UK. I don't think it is Boxing Day anywhere else in the world, that I know of anyway. Are we all having a nice day so far? For me, it's been pretty nice. Bit tired, but I'll survive. In Australia as well, is it? Oh, okay. So just the UK and Australia celebrate Boxing Day, which is what? There's supposed to be the day that we give presents. Whoops. Anyway, I hope we all had a great Christmas for those who celebrate. It is now kind of done with, although we are still in Christmas spirit. But for me, it is time to get back to it until the new year, and then I think I'm bowling on the stream day next week, so I won't be live. Anyway, welcome. Cosmic Cat, thank you for the follow. Deacon, thank you for resubscribing, my friend. Tech, Cypher, Hex MP, Crafty One, Gene, Size and Mighty Steed, Deplorable, Jones, Draco, Gene, Ehawk, Lovelinator, Lift, 07. Oh, in Canada and US as well. Oh, okay. Yes, we box with our neighbours. I think I would stand a good chance as well, to be fair. They're quite old. Never say never, though. JJ, Misuyo, Josh. Thank you, Josh, for supporting the channel, my friend. Sir Vosef, Griff, Shay, and Kaylee, 07, and welcome. Let's get some beers and parties out there for the channel membership. Much appreciated. I mean, if it's in Canada and US, it won't just be a Commonwealth thing, I guess. But I thought it was. Dendra, how you doing? Welcome. So, what's been going on? It's been a while. It's not been a while. It's been since Monday. It feels like it's been ages. Gom2, welcome. Merry Christmas, Kaylee. Wood, 07, good morning. So we've had the letter from the chairman. I've just put out the video breaking that down. I didn't go through all the bits of, like, you know, record-breaking year and what this year has been. I've touched a little bit about how this year has impacted us and myself personally. But mostly it was focused on 2026. We spoke a little bit about VR. We spoke about Squadron. And yeah, 2026. Now, that is looking like it's going to be an interesting year, as we kind of surmised. But Chris has highlighted a few things that he is intending to release next year. There's also a lot that he hasn't said that will likely release next year, but also things that we kind of may hope will, but may not. Like base building. I don't know if that's going to happen next year, or if it's just going to be more work towards it, or tech previews. We will see. But we will briefly touch upon that. I actually thought I would have a good hour to just chill out and chat, but because they're supposed to have maintenance going on right now. But from what I understand, it's finished. Is everybody in game now then and playing, or at least in a queue? Silent Blob, 07, welcome. You're all in game. Okay, excellent. Retro, welcome. So I'll just spend a brief amount of time running through the letter. I won't go like word for word. It'll just be mostly about 2026, and then we'll jump in and do some salvaging. It was like typical. They know we're live. They know we're doing some salvaging. Although saying that, are we doing salvaging? Because they would have cleaned up the verse, wouldn't they, of all the potential salvage? What are we planning to do? Are we all in our salvages at the moment? Anyway, let me just get the letter. In fact, let me get my notes on the letter. That's probably a bit better. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good Christmas for those who celebrate. I had a really nice one. It was the first one where we weren't all poorly and Summer wasn't poorly. She was fine. Although today, or yesterday, Rachel did have a bit of a sore throat, and today she's really run down, so she did catch something. Hopefully it skips past me, but I doubt it. We're going to generate some salvage. Like the sound of that. Yeah, exactly, Kraz. I think that might be the intention. But we got some way too much. Way too much. It took all day to open the presents, and it's like, where the flip are we going to put all this? We do like to, you know, donate a lot of our stuff as she grows out of it or gets bored of it. We just throw it all to the charity shops and let them, or, you know, to other family who have children of that age, which is one person. But yeah, it was just nice and chilled. So, briefly, 2026. Now, of course, Chris spoke a little bit about VR and their intentions to first get the UI being diegetic so that we can read it properly and comfortably in-game. That is important. They're refining the FPS controls so that our input controls are body rather than where we're looking. Alaskan Strat, thank you so much for the 14-month resub. Much appreciated. I certainly did. Thank you, sir. They're also adding more dedicated control support, which they say is all solvable. And we know, as Sylvan had pointed out, there's a lot more they want to do. To start with, it's just getting this experimental version of it into a properly released, you know, working version, and then they'll work on the rest. That sounds really weird. I don't know why I can't speak today. Squadron, no change. As much as, you know, is it PC Gamer are like, $1 billion raised, and we may still not see Squadron next year. It's like, yeah, obviously. Like, I might get it by a bus tomorrow, but, you know, I hope I don't. Marcon, welcome. So, Squadron is still on track. They're still pushing for beta, polishing, optimizing, getting it ready to release next year. No idea as a release date. They haven't specified still, so we don't know. You feel like base building would be end of 2026 with all the other things they are already working on currently, finishing Nick's social and transit refactor PvE raids, instancing municipal works. Yeah, I guess so. My thought is the same. Either base building will start to come along as engineering did this year, kind of like towards the end, maybe drop it as a cool, you know, unexpected release. Or we won't see any of it released, but we will see a lot of it and its development throughout next year. I think what the best thing that I'm expecting about next year is we're going to get the best of both worlds. We're going to get features coming quite consistently, being updated on features, I would think, as well. So, you know, seeing that as they develop. But then also the continued playability and so forth and quality of life, which has been one of the best things about this year so far is just how it's become possible to do what we do regularly. It feels like we've been doing it for ages now, but it wasn't before 4.0 because it wasn't possible. So I'm really excited for next year with continuing to just get what we have more playable, getting rid of the annoying bugs and so forth, and then continuing to roll out actual solid features and core systems that we have been dying for. Yeah, but I'm sure we will see a lot of the development of base building this year. I'm expecting them to sort of do lots of like videos and things rather than it being, you know, heads down, not revealing much. I hope they do get back to their regular videos. Reports of abandoned ships at Astors already. What? Gecko, welcome. At least you own 14 copies of Squadron. Me, I actually only own one, I think. Because the only account I bought that came with it was my original account, and then all of the previous ones I've bought beyond there, I didn't bother getting Squadron. Jay, welcome, Ruling, L7. I'm not even I don't even think I've got the Concierge version, even though I am Concierge. I don't think I reached Concierge before they stopped doing that. So I don't know. Ladkin, welcome. Wanted to say I stumbled upon your video of the Clipper. I just want to say that it was a great video. Thank you so much. Really enjoy your style in these videos and how you make it feel so involved. Hands off. Thank you very much. I've got another episode in the pipelines. I was hoping to get that edited a little bit today, but that's probably going to be a Sunday vid, and then all of next week. Well, not all of next week. I want to get VR set up and sorted. I need to do it. Josh here. thank you for the follow. And Deseco as well, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. There is about to be a reclaimer at Astor's that might be found. Why, what are you doing? You're not ditching your own, are you? Do you think they will be able to maintain playability and stability over next year? Yes. I think the reason why is they've spent a lot of time this year getting the foundation to a place where they're not just putting, you know, new features with bugs on top of new features with bugs on top of bugs on top of bugs. They're at a place where the foundation has had a long time to get really well established and optimized. Not to say that there's not a lot to go still, there absolutely is, but they've spent a long time sorting things out and getting things ready to then... It's like they're basically finishing the foundation, right? You need a solid foundation to build upon, otherwise, as we have seen previously, there's just cracks everywhere. So I suspect that going into New Year, they will continue to do this playability and stability as, you know, the technology further develops, but also they have the ability to then put actual features in. But I think they're going to do it a little more cautiously than they have in the past. So they're not just going to be like, you know, here's crafting and base building and this and that and just throw it all in one patch and be like, oh, it's all broken. They're going to be putting it into tech previews, getting a lot of testing, which will certainly restrict the amount of features we will see next year. But in comparison to this year, it's certainly going to be a bit more because they're not just hyper-focused on playability and stability. It's also rolling out the features. But like I say, they will likely go through the different channels that they have to spend enough time testing it and sorting it out, and then hotfixing post, you know, live release of whatever that patch was to just rectify the issues, which we have seen for a while. You know, they bring out a patch, something breaks quite drastically, in fact, you know, in many cases, and then they spend a bit of time the next few weeks just hotfixing to get it into a good place. But then by that point, a new patch is coming along already. So, Proton, I have the PIMAX Super Crystal, or PIMAX Crystal Super, which they have sent to review. I don't own it, I'm just going to have a go with it, so I'm excited for that. Joshua, welcome. And actually, on the PC front, I think I've probably missed my opportunity, because while waiting for PC specialists to get back to me about my quote, that had the RAM in that build at about 444 quid, which I was like, if I can get the same PSU that I wanted originally, everything else will be the same and I'll get a GPU elsewhere. They sent back the quote saying that they can do that PSU, so that's great, the PSU I wanted, the platinum one rather than the gold, but the price had gone up 300 quid. And after asking, even though I kind of knew why, they said it's because the RAM prices are continuing to increase. And I'm just not prepared to pay another £300 on top of what I was originally going to pay there, which in a sense is my own fault for waiting too long, but I wanted to make sure I was getting what I wanted. But now the price has gone up, I'm just going to have to sit and... Unless I can... I'm going to keep monitoring and see if I can see where I can get RAM for a reasonable price. I know I was linked to them the other day, but even that feels a bit too pricey. So right now, I'm just going to have to hold on and just wait to see what happens with the whole RAM issue and SATA issue, and as it develops and continues to grow. And if there's a place where I can find some RAM that is reasonably priced, then I will get it, and then I will get the rest of the build sorted. But I'm not prepared to pay £300, £400 more than what I was going to do. No, I'm not waiting for AI to go away. Of course, that's never going to happen. I'm waiting for the world to catch up and make a change. Obviously, if like with anything, if some big impact comes in, which affects everything. Now, if everyone was just to stay the same, then of course nothing would change. Price would just go up and up. Nothing would absolutely change. But I'm sure there will be some changes put in somewhere to help mitigate that, but I think that's going to take a while, so we may be waiting a while before this build comes along. But it is what it is. I don't, you know, I'm not going to overpay for something when it shouldn't have to. Yo, PC 101. Asus Annoyance announced that they're going to make RAM. That's the thing. You see, there's a bit of change. People will do it. It's just about riding it out. Zozda, welcome. Ruling, welcome. PC101, Ulysses, welcome. What else we got? Interesting to see what cadence they will run with their patches. Yes, I'm kind of thinking they'll decrease the rate of which, like you say, maybe every 2 months. Spend a bit more time, triaging and finding issues. But yeah, I don't know. It sounds like they want to kind of stick to about the same release cadence. We should start to see an insane amount of patches that will be as bug-free as possible. Well, I think once we get all of the stuff from Squadron, all of the little bits, like the polish that is going into Squadron, when that comes over to the PU, we're going to see a lot of just smoothness in our everyday play, including with inventory changes and so forth. And hopefully this long-term persistence, which they're looking to improve. So the problems that remain, you can essentially count on one hand, maybe two. And a lot of that stuff is coming with refactors that are already underway, or with Squadron's release, and just refining, things like dynamic meshing and so forth. Kievo, welcome. Do I think they'll drop crafting without a player trading system? It's a good question, actually. I don't know. I never thought about that, to be fair. At the end of the day, we have a player trading option right now where we can just be like, oh, I like that. Can I have that? How much? And you just give them the cash, and then you take the item. But it's not obviously secure. But yeah, I don't know. Shepard, welcome. I guess they will, because the crafting system essentially doesn't have to have a player trading system to test the crafting system. It's just more of a benefit that if you're selling something to someone, you have that ability to sell without feeling like you're going to get robbed. But it's not a necessity to the actual mechanic working. So, yeah, we'll see. Shepard, welcome. Scythim, welcome. I think they will need to move much faster if they plan to hit 1.0 any time in the next few years. Well, that's what I think they're doing. I think that's exactly what they're doing. Is they've been working on all this stuff in the background for this year, while bringing this build, bringing the verse into a more playable state. It'll just continue on like that. Rinxius, welcome. I hope they lessen the number of NPCs entering the Astro Armada. They always get stuck in the door. Well, that's more a case of fixing the AI, not, reducing the population. They have a population system that they're working on that should make all that work fine. And with dynamic meshing as well, that should also improve the state of AI overall. Meta, how you doing? Exotic Viper, welcome. Lysergic, welcome. Any ships I'm looking forward to that are expected? Yeah, well, hopefully the Kraken, the Ironclad, those two for certain. I'm very excited for that. What about you guys? What ships are you looking forward to next year? Berry, welcome. I did thank you, Deeds. Did you? Nexus, welcome. Oak Beard, welcome. Generous, but I feel... Oh, what's that? Sorry. Have they ever announced player trading? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's absolutely being able to... the BMM, the Kraken Privateer, they're both player trading... Well, trading ships. You've got base building where you can build a shop and have a storefront and sell things. It's all planned, and they are, working towards it, but whether it'll be ready for crafting, which is essentially, I suppose, coming Q1 next year or around that time, Q1, Q2, will it be ready in the sense that it'll stop that from happening? Thank you, Real. What's the colour? It's teal, I think, isn't it? What's that, Real? We need more medium fighters. Well, I think we've got a ton of medium fighters, don't we? We need more of everything, to be fair. Yo, Ubu. Let's welcome. Skelter, welcome. The Legionnaire. Yeah, the Expanse. I'm pretty sure we will see the Expanse come along sometime next year, as it will be an expansive year, according to John Crew. Samari, welcome. Do you think they'll do a full wipe for the next patch, Leon? Welcome, by the way. No, I don't think so. But we know there is one forthcoming. They have said that they will need to do one in the relatively near term to rectify a lot of the, exploits and issues. So it's definitely on its way, but it's too hard to say will it be the next one or not without seeing what the features are coming with that. If there's a lot of things that require a wipe or potentially would require a wipe, like with the economy and so forth, then maybe. But I think they did say they wanted to do it for crafting, was it? Or am I hearing someone else say that and making it my own? Carl, how you doing? Yahoo. Kemule, welcome. Oh, the Galaxy, yeah, of course. Tengil, welcome. The big problem for me as a space trucker is how small the universe is. Right now, the resources are far too limited and players too many. Yes, there needs to be a big expansion in that regard as well. To making the whole... once we get more star systems, more points of interest to deliver to, and I would actually hope for longer duration quantum travel again, because they used to have it, then they reduced it. I would rather it be a little longer. It feels a bit too quick, like zipping around everywhere. But understandably, only once we have things to actually do on board, like fixing our ships would be one thing to encourage that. But yeah, it is a bit watered down at the moment. Yo, Wacky Sparrow, you're looking forward to the ship refining? Yeah, absolutely. And the Galaxy, or with the Galaxy. Ooh. You're able to earn 20 million by salvaging with Salvation and Vulture. Now I'm planning to get a bigger ship that would fit my Salvation. Asgard would be perfect. Astro won't open the doors because of the AI, really? Oh no. Goth Knight, how you doing? You're flying over from Pyro, are you? Doom, welcome. You're more than welcome. Thank you for joining. We'll be jumping in a second. I think what they need to do right now is all vehicles will be viable, regardless of what type of vehicle it is, what its role is. The trouble is the flight model. That needs to come along. That needs to get updated to give more purpose to everything, to have trade-offs to everything. Maelstrom needs to come along in order to give actual impacts to using a particular ship versus another. It's not a case of bringing in more ships that, you might like more than the other ones. It's about making what we have, and obviously what is coming, fit appropriately and be actual effective in the role that they're intended to be. So it's not... They have mentioned... What was the actual phrase that they said in regards to wiping? Because they have said that they are intending to do a wipe in the near term, but there is nothing, no dates officially yet. A wipe, I think a lot of people have accumulated money over the course of the duration of not having wipes, and they can... If you get over 2 billion, it can balk your account. There are lots of exploits that are... Basically, the reason why they do it is they want to see... once they do a huge update to the economy, or enough updates to the economy, they can't really gather true data if everyone still has billions of creds that they have exploited. And then they're throwing it around, buying stuff that they wouldn't normally if they had to grind for it or start from scratch. So what they tend to do is, after a certain amount of time, they will start everyone at base level again and wipe, and then they have more accurate data going forwards for what people do early doors, what they spend their money on early doors, what they save up to, and how that flows. It's the only way to get an accurate indication as to the overall economy than just leaving it as it is now. Like the other day, we got sent 1 billion, which is ridiculous. I sent that to Nexus, our CFO in the org. And over the course of however long, he had another huge amount, and his account balked. Co-Alex, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Terranoob, how you doing? This is just old footage from 2016 when they first started working on procedural planets. I tell you what, though, I mean, it looks good, doesn't it? But this compared to Genesis, Genesis is just going to be next level. They said a wipe is likely. The exploits need to be fixed first before they do anything. Yeah, thank you, Dendra. That sounds about right. Yes, exactly, Keel. No point in wiping until exploits have been resolved. Alex, how you doing? The new flight model is basically ready. Yes, it's just quantum travel that needs to be converted from Squadron to the PU, isn't it? Which I think Yogi said isn't happening anytime soon, but I'm hoping it's going to be a 2026 thing and they can start rolling it out there. But yeah, as of yet, nothing. Mobius, welcome. Baron Von Black, thank you guys for the follow. Welcome. Right, I think we're caught up. I will jump in game in a moment, but briefly, 2026, as outlined by Chris so far, is continuing to improve stability and depth in Star Citizen while expanding and connecting core systems that shape how you play. So engineering still needs a lot of work. Inventory should be coming early next year. Crafting early to mid next year. Social tools, which I was like, thank God. Thank you. We need that so bad, especially as an org. VoIP, party, all the different nuances that we need to manage an org of multiple people, not just in the org itself, but when we're in game, 30 to 40 people regularly playing together. It is like herding cats. Not any fault of any member, just how do you do that, right? And thankfully we have a lot of people who are very capable handling that. Not myself. Plus it says other foundational features, but doesn't specify, alongside expanding the playable universe itself. Now, to me, that could just mean, as I said in the video, just expanding on Nyx and bringing in the planets and points of interest and so forth. Or it could also mean the intention of rolling out Castra next year. But I'm going to hold back on that assumption because we know Nyx is first. That could take a while. They want to also do the previous systems, planets in Genesis with Genesis. And as I said, the real question, the biggest question that I have is how fast can Genesis work? How fast can it get a planet? How fast can it get a moon? How fast can it create or assist to create a whole solar system? That is the answer that we need to determine how fast it'll be until Castra comes, Terra comes, and then anything else post 1.0. But best of both worlds, improving how Star Citizen plays while also delivering on very integral core features that will be a big change to Star Citizen's verse. So, yeah, happy to see all that. He also mentioned that server meshing will become dynamic, allowing the mesh to reconfigure in real time based on player activity and server load, and this evolution is foundational to support the large-scale group experiences we've always envisioned and will enable us to expand the universe even further, with the goal of being thousands of players on the same shared universe instance, which sounds like their plan is to get server meshing dynamic in 2026 and expand on more player count. God forbid they don't get VoIP working for more than 50 people. Like, we've got 1,000, got 2,000 people on this server. It's like, yeah, but we can only speak to like 49 other people. Also, components of server meshing systems are being used to deliver instanced content, which, as we know, is going to start with Siege of Orison, getting that working, and hopefully, you know, once that's going well as a test bed, they can then move on to things like the municipal works in Nyx and elsewhere and whatnot. And just, I mean, that, as much as I say, I am really mostly interested in the open world sandbox, interactive PvP, not necessarily fighting, but, you know, all of it. That's what I'm mostly interested in. But that's not to say that I will not take part in instance content. It has a lot of potential for a lot of very bespoke or specific content for everyone, be that PvE, PvP, PvEVP, or non-combat. And it could be even something as super simple, especially for like beginner missions when you're first introduced to Star Citizen. You know, the whole Elder Scrolls taking out the rats in the cellar. That kind of thing. You just got this little mission where, for some reason, the gravity generator is on the Fritz in Levski. Can you go check it out? You get down there, there's some Copian or a different creature nibbling on the wires, and you've got to take them out. Like something as easy and simple as that, as small based as that. Yo, Slipshift, how you doing? Yeah, SMB getting our own server. I would hate that. I would absolutely hate to be dropped on to a private server. Not like the whole thing that I thoroughly enjoy about Star Citizen is just that randomness of not knowing who you're gonna bump into, what they're gonna do, what you're gonna find based on the history of the location, what has happened, and what's gonna happen. This idea, I mean, obviously private servers was something a long while ago, and they may still happen. I doubt it, but they may, for, various reasons, but we will certainly not be playing on private servers. I can tell you that now. Cyborg, welcome. Baron, playing Star Citizen now, and I always did hauling and mining, grinding to get money and improve my ships. Someone jokingly sent me 200 million and basically ruined the game for me. Yes. I mean, you can just send it away. Sometimes on my off-grid accounts, to be funny, people just send... It very rarely happens, thankfully, but people would send you cash to, help. It's like, no, the purpose of this storyline. And I just send it to the org bank. Just send it straight on again. It's like, thanks, but no thanks. Star Citizen doesn't need them. Yeah, we don't, Robert Nexus. We don't need it at all. Do I have a Discord? I do, Alex. ! Discord. It should pop up. Invade, welcome. I cannot wait until they make worlds feel alive. Yes, we're going to speak about that in a second, actually, because that is one of the things that I think... I know, maybe a lot of people have grasped the idea behind it and the, how incredible that will be. But I get the impression that a lot haven't at how impactful that is going to be. Damage, good morning. How you doing? Oh, good afternoon, sorry. I don't want to say good morning. It's not morning for either of us. Imagine they add another manufacturer that instead of making their own ship designs, they instead sell Chimera ships that was patched by random parts. Do you mean like Greys? Right? I mean, that exists with Grey's Shiv, not Skiff. So, Genesis. Now, Chris speaks about the Genesis planet tech. He says it will offer breathtaking worlds with significantly improved graphical fidelity and denser, more dynamically assembled biomes, as we have seen. Biomes look incredible. The worlds look insanely good. But also there's a lot of underlying technology there to complement all the different professions like mining, farming, like soil quality and minables. All that sort of stuff. Thank you, Alex. Now, he also says, the planets are driven by the rules of nature, creating ecosystems that feel alive and authentic, and combined with starcitizen, which is their way of populating planets with appropriate points of interest, be that sectors, clusters, constructed buildings, crash sites, just other, I suppose, natural points of interest as well could be part of starcitizen. But maybe not to start with, because I think that was a question about ArcCorp. But locations throughout the worlds will deliver both the environmental depth and gameplay density they need. They will also support a new AI population management system that creates inhabitants appropriate to their local environment and enables more complex interactions between agents. All of this going to allow living, breathing planets. Now, that's the important part then when it comes to what the worlds are going to feel like. Already, like the idea of stepping foot on any of the surfaces of a Genesis planet has me super excited. Just because it could be anything. You could be in the middle of a dense forest, in a swamp. You could be across the grasslands. not to mention anything else that they create that we haven't seen already. Now that is, as a playground to do all of the other things that we're already capable of doing and beyond, is insane, because it looks phenomenal. It will feel, and hopefully with, you know, Genesis they'll also incorporate audio and it'll sound appropriate. But with the AI population management system, this is talking about the ecosystems with creatures and humans and other species, all with their own sort of day-night cycle, their own needs, requirements, you know, a food chain, hunting, resource gathering. And it'll be, like, right now, a lot of the fauna outside of the ones that are just randomly, like, popping up in you know, locations. We have the Ormandi and the Valakar. Now, the Apex Valakar aren't natural at the moment to roaming around the world. And the Ormandi isn't. The Ormandi is just in a cave. What this will do is take all these creatures and embed them into these locations where they are appropriate. So you could be walking through a swamp and suddenly a Ormandi pops up, and it's, you know, you're in this fight where you either fight them or you get out of there. It's not a boss fight where you have to win to get the goods. It's a random encounter in an environment where they're likely going to be found. And yes, off-grid in that regard is just going to be like, I mean, I can't even imagine. I really can't. But that's where, and we're not even talking about a specific game mechanic here. We're just talking about the playground, the game world. Many games obviously have the game world, and some of them are, you know, like GTAs, are much more dense than others, like Starfield, but even that's somewhat dense. You get something like Star Citizen, where you've got not just ecosystems and biomes, you've got a way to plant crops, and you can check the soil to make sure it's appropriate for the plant, the crop you're trying to grow. You've got weather systems, all of this stuff as just a place to go mining compared to what we do now. You know, I like to go mining, I like to go salvaging, or I like to just go and live off grid. That, in a Genesis world with all that laid on top, cannot imagine. So other next year upgrades include core systems like item recovery, which is going to tier 1 then, or tier 2 then tier 1? Yep. Or tier 1 then tier 0, maybe. Inventory, which we know is already coming. Insurance, which is going to have quite an impact. Insurance warranties, that kind of stuff, based on, you know, getting your ship repaired versus getting it claimed, which will have a big impact on how we approach the game and how long we wait for a rescue or help versus just, I'm just going to claim my ship. Of course, we need a lot of bugs fixed before this. But also cross-patch persistence, which I assume is referring to our items going missing between patch wipes. Or not patch wipes, but just patches. So that in itself is going to be a huge quality of life improvement. I'm going to launch the game, but all of that so far, even excluding things like base building, sounds pretty phenomenal. And that's not to say that base building isn't coming, it's just it's not been mentioned, that's all. Oh, I've got an update. Okay, let me just update. Whew, that was quite a speech. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to chop shop ships in that way. Crafting, we'll be able to craft ships, but maybe not chop shop. That's not to say we won't be able to build a Grey's shiv, but, you know. You do not like that they are looking in to add more players into the verse. Like I said earlier, the universe is too small. Well, it's not a case of they're just going to add more players. Everything else they outlined, it also includes the economy and updating that, and crafting itself. Like, you're wanting a purpose and channels to haul goods, to be a commodity trader without it feeling watered down. And if they were just to keep adding players, then yes, of course it would. But assuming that they're just going to add players and not actually adjust anything else is not going to be the case. The economy will continue to be updated. Crafting will add a huge amount of supply and demand outside of the the game run economy. We have the player economy where crafting is, you know, and again, even if you're not into crafting physically, you will need people, you know, people will be needed to gather resources, to haul those resources, both refined and unrefined, go hunting and gather and whatnot. It's So the economy and crafting are probably going to be the two main driving forces behind commodity running. And what is worth it where dynamically changing based on supply and demand. That's what you're after. And that's what they'll get, while also adding more players. Well, I don't think they've said that Genesis is meant to expand on the planet's size. They haven't said... They said they would like to, but that's not what Genesis is going to do. Genesis is more of just the underlying tech to generate a planet based on the natural rule set. Horizon, welcome. Boggis, welcome. Do you think they will add the option to change the engines? Yes, to some degree, maybe. I think thrusters you're going to be able to change. So engines, maybe so. Some of them running better efficiency and so forth, but as of yet, they haven't really specified anything along those lines. We are jumping in with the org, doing some salvage. That's what the plan is. Shield! I did, my friend. Thank you so much. Did you? Well, they need more native life forms for the planets, not necessarily alien life forms. The creatures themselves that they create, some of them are native, some of them have been, you know, just spread around the verse. But they also will, you know, I suppose post 1.0, obviously with 1.0, with all these 5 systems and all the planets and moons, there will be creatures that are alien to some worlds, native to others, you know, as part of the ecosystem. But as they start expanding to Banu Protectorate, the Xi'an Empire, Vanduul Empire, or whatever it's called, then we will start to see some real alien-like places. The best Christmas gift ever. Your daughter paid for you and her to go to the final Dutch Grand Prix in Zandvoort. She even paid for the hotel and even the grid walk. Wow. I mean, I'm not into Formula 1 by any means, but that is quite a present there, mate. Summer never got me that. I mean, bearing in mind she's only 3, but still. No, I'm on my main account. I just haven't played it since over Christmas, so there's been like a little hotfix. It's got 4 gig left. It's getting there. Apologies, guys. Trainable copians, yeah, we do. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I'm pretty certain we'll be able to, for some fauna, tame them. I mean, we know pets are coming, so essentially it'll be the same thing. The idea of being able to build an org fortress with a dry dock. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's going to take a while, but absolutely. It'll be cool when we finally see the Xi'an and the Banu and Tavaran just walking around. Do you think disruptor weapons are viable now that engineering? Do you mean, by disruptor, do you mean, can't think of the term. Someone will get there. Distortion. Do you mean distortion weapons? They are they've been viable for a while, and yeah, they're still viable. They will knock down your components and switch them off. I assume based on the proximity to the actual shot, rather than it just automatically being the power plant. But I could be wrong. But yeah, they are viable, absolutely. Yo, Nvidia, how you doing? What are some of the most exciting tech gameplay upgrades coming in 2026? So for me, the main one is Genesis. Even though dynamic meshing is, you know, key to getting the actual game to where it needs to be as originally outlined. Well, not originally outlined, but you know what I mean. Genesis is the one that excites me the most, just because of how impactful it basically touches everything, unless it's space-based stuff you're doing. That for one. I suppose inventory, with it being such a problem child for Star Citizen and all the players, that would be a very beneficial one as well. Playing catch-up, yeah, it's nice. Oh, Summer was going mental opening all those presents. Bless her. Did you have a good time, though, playing catch-up? Other than that, things like, I suppose, the social tools, the transit refactor, not so much anymore, because I've not had any problems with trams and elevators. If I have, they've been very quick and problematic, you know, out of the way, since they did a lot of hot fixing. So the transit system refactor isn't really, or the transport refactor isn't something that I'm even like bothered about. But for the social tools with the org, that is paramount importance for me. So that one as well. What else was there? I can't recall. Do you need to aim? Yes, technically you need to be targeting the components that you wish to damage. Yo, Chico, 3 ads before the video. Which video is that? You mean the stream? What, back-to-back ads? That seemed a little excessive. No, Genesis is the planet tech. You know, the cool-looking planets. The mission system refactor is one that's been just in the works for a while. Ethnicification, welcome. That has been continued to be updated. There's still a lot more they want to do with it, but it's ongoing. But yeah, you know which one I'm talking about, don't you, NVIDIA? It's in the Planet Tech. Planet Tech version 5, basically. Yes, PX. It's been up for a while, apparently. The server, actually, the maintenance finished before I went live. I was like, what am I going to do? So, distortion scattergun negates the need to aim at specific components. But still, if you're shooting a larger ship with distortion scatterguns, if, say, for example, you know, let's say this is the ship and your coolers are here and your power plant is here, if you're shooting here with distortion weapons, the coolers would get impacted, but the power plant wouldn't, right? Yes, there was maintenance today. Oh, have you not seen it? Oh, flipping heck. Right, while we're waiting for my game to download, let me just get you this footage. It was from CitizenCon last year. No, this year, sorry. I've slept since. Oh, there we go. Look, we're already on it. Do I dare put it into... I'll put it in 1080p because I'm downloading. It is almost 2026. Can't believe it still says under maintenance. Well, I'm just downloading the latest patch, so I'll see what it says. But players are in-game already. Much of the org are in-game. Yeah, okay, you got it going. Good. But by the time they release Genesis, there will be other biomes. Southern Sailor, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome. We've got what are we up to now, download-wise? 1.65 gig. I'm just going to go to the toilet, and then hopefully we'll crack on and get Salvage, and I'll just join you guys in my Vulture. Unless I have a Salvation, then I might bring that, but I do like my Vulture. Bourbon, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. into megabytes now, not too long. Oh, bless you, sailor. Thank you, my friend. Oksana, welcome. Will the Prowler utility be less conspicuous in Nyx as an alien design? Or will Vanduul... Yeah, the Vanduul will just dislike you anyway. I mean, the Prowler is originally a Tavaran design, so it's got no influence either way on the Vanduul. If they see you, they will identify you, not the ship you're flying. I don't even think flying around in a Vanduul ship will have any impact on them attacking you or not. Yo, Desmo. The only thing I want to know is, will they fix the ship calling? The ship calling? Oh, as in the communication stuff. Absolutely. That will probably come with the social refactor, which is, you know, the social tools come in next year, which is desperately needed. Wonko, how you doing? Nearcrick, welcome. Are you accepting new members into the org? Yeah, absolutely. We're not, like, recruiting, but if you are wanting in, by all means, !org, you can join in. We are now back to doing org events. Hopefully we don't get hit by the audio bug. We had to wait a little bit before doing the org stuff because that was just impacting all of us all the time. But we had that mining event, which was originally meant to be a mining event, that actually turned into an emergency engineering event. But that was because of geos and jet wash. It was jet, wasn't it, I think? Oh, I don't know, Bourbon. Do we know if there's been any fixes... Right, I'm launching now. Do we know if there's been any fixes to the whole Palantino armor not spawning? I didn't know it wasn't spawning, because I don't go hunting for it, but I don't know if that's the case, if anyone does know. No, that's part of the whole thing, NVIDIA, about the transitioning being a lot more smooth, the way that they, you know, the techniques that they use to transition from a distance to up close, and, you know, the popping and so forth has been reduced, and hopefully, once it launches, as much as it might need a bit of a supercomputer to run, they will continue to optimize. That's my only hope now, you know, going into 2026 without a new PC, which was the intention, is... It is starting to play a lot better with Vulkan. A lot smoother, you know, better frames than what it used to now, and I'm running at high, although I'm streaming. I'm hoping that we will just see a lot more optimizations to keep me going for a little while. Of course, when Genesis does come along, well, you can't see the screen. It's just optimizing the shaders. When Genesis does come along, it's probably going to be a bit problematic to start with in terms of performance, because it is going to be more GPU based, I think, in that regard. But as time goes on, they will optimize. Grim Daddy, how you doing? Yeah, the Vanduul. Funnily enough, the Vanduul actually trade with Xi'an and the Banu. So I don't know what they've got against humans. They just like our clothes, I assume. Oh, we've optimized. Could I get an invite, please, Deacon? Grinding bounty hunter rep, but if you need extra hands for salvage... Oh, thank you, Miss Uo. This is a closed org event. I mean, I'm not sure if you're in the org, actually, but I appreciate that nonetheless. Zandek, welcome. You should be getting a kickback purchase from... I don't get it from VKB. I don't get a kickback from them, but I appreciate you using the code all the same. And thank you for doing so. Absolutely, Shep. You're in the org, aren't you, mate? I think for PIMAX, you can actually get $80 off using the code SMB80, which I realise off of a headset that is essentially $1,500 or more, 1,500 quid, isn't a huge saving, but if you were already planning to buy one, it is, it'll help. Yeah, don't worry, Shep. Whenever you feel like it, mate, you join, right? That's... Oh, it's a full server now that everyone's trying to get in. But the... if you're in the org, it doesn't matter if you were the first member, or second member, because I was first, or the most recent. You join in when you feel like it. with the activities that you feel like joining in. I don't expect everyone to play. You know, people have been part of the org for years and don't play at all. In fact, I don't even speak to them for the most part because they're off doing real life stuff and they'll come back when the game is ready for them to enjoy again. And that is absolutely fine by me. Oh, a nice one, Sweetheart. So Sweetheart is our mining, he's a lot of things. He's our mining divisional lead. And after our mining session turned engineering session, he's working on a geo training session, a training video for the org because, yeah, we had a few explosions. One geo explosion wiped out every fuse in our org Idris, which is just a ridiculous amount of power generated, which needs to be addressed because that's ridiculous. Shouldn't be so high. All right, Deacon, I'm ready for an invite when you get sec, mate. Nope, that's not the right button. F12. There we are. Oh, let me just... What am I wearing? I think I'm actually... Oh, I need my TOBII on. Thank you, sir. Let's see if VoIP works. Do you hear me, Deacon?
I hear you, boss.
Oh, we'll see how long this goes on for. Thank you, Zandek.
Probably not long because the server is pretty full.
Yeah, it's filling up quick.
We're in orbit because my hangar is bugged.
Oh, okay. Well, is that a new with this latest, since this patch came out, or was it just recent?
I don't know, it doesn't want to store or anything. I think the elevator is broken.
Typical. Sandman, how you doing? Do you celebrate Christmas, Sandman? Does the lighting in your... Oh, is it actually... I've got... I bought another plant. We used to have 50 plants. Then when summer came along, the plants reduced to about 0. But summer thrived. So I've bought another plant and it's... Yeah, I don't need all of it on. Does it actually feel better? You host every year, both days. Well, happy Christmas to you and yours, my friend. Spunky, welcome. How did the hosting go? We've hosted one year, and it went really well, apart from me throwing gravy down my leg. That was a bit spicy. Oh, I actually see the hologram. I just realised. Running Vulcan and I get to actually see what it looks like. I do like the deck the hulls, but that one looks a bit cleaner, so we'll go with that. It's starting to get a bit too bright.
You didn't have a salvage, boss? Salvation?
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't actually check. I don't believe I do. RSI. No, I think I do have a fortune, but I'm not a fan of the fortune personally. No salvation. It's fine. I can take. Will it fit on your? Oh, yeah. We are taking the Idris, aren't we? The Rev. Oh, naughty beaver, welcome. I should pull it up, shouldn't I? Oh, I should have just ticked that. I'm so not... All these new fandangled technologies that come with Star Citizen, I'm just so not used to them. I'm still, you know, going the long way around everything. Oh, absolutely, mister. You join away, my friend. I don't know if we're going to be able to get you in on this one, specifically. Look, this is the remnants of the crazy mining session that we had. Not a single mining tool or anything. It is all engineering stuff. Panicked engineering stuff.
So that's where the fire extinguisher went.
Yeah, I think I snagged them all.
See?
It was a bit dangerous. I needed to be prepared. Maniacal, how you doing? Your game cave feels like you're above ground now with the lights on. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Occasionally I might tidy it. I need to get on with it. It's getting a bit messy. What am I doing? I need equipment. What's my helmet today? Alright, we're going Hurst and die. Whoop. I am still not a fan of how this stuff connects. Hopefully with the new, you know... when are we getting that, actually? The new... What's it called? Star cloth, of course. It'd be nice when we finally get that. That's been a long time coming. Right. We're salvaging. Best bet is throw that in there and equip one of them. I should have a multi-tool. I think I may have 2 multi-tools, in fact. I do. I've got one with the tractor beam, one for engineering stuff, which I'll stick to rather than a dedicated engineering tool, which I don't have anyway. But I'm sure we have some on the rev. They're all empty. Sustenance, I have a bottle, which the rev will probably come prepared with anyway. And everything else is fine. Let's go with that. Ammo, yeah. There she is. Yeah, I know, Splash. I know. Like I say, the whole ticking it up, searching for it, I'm so used to just scrolling like a madman to find the ship I want. It's a real quality of life, is that, for the ASOP terminal. Yo, Revy Bear, how you doing? It was awesome. Everything went smoothly. All the food was amazing. My drinks are always amazing, of which I had many. He showed off my fear. Like, come and have a look at this. Way. People were blown away by it. Tried to show off Star Citizen, but of course, like a good Christmas curse, CIG has to screw up the game right before the holiday every year so that it looks like a broke piece of shit to any outsiders. Brilliant. Yeah. It's always when you're trying to show it off. But, what is it? Cricket meta. Are we playing cricket today? Are we doing terribly? I used to enjoy cricket a little bit. I remember playing quick cricket as a kid at Headingley in Leeds. My dad taking the opportunity to show me where he was born. But yeah, it was. I liked cricket, but I was a kid. I was very young. I haven't played it in a long while. All right, we have that there. Let me try and. I'll throw one of these in here. I don't need them both. We've still got all that. I don't think I need 8. I could maybe take 3 instead and a drink. That I'll keep on me. I think we're good. Did I have a weapon in here? Oh, look, I am somewhat prepared. I don't need all this stuff. So what I'll do is I'll just throw it in here as well. If I need it, I'll grab it. And I'll take my helmet off for now. Store it on my bum. You've witnessed the catastrophic damage happen on org events at least twice, but can't replicate it solo with the ad. What, as in blowing up a geo? Mike, welcome. You ran into a couple of hackers that used auto-aiming combined with instant kill shot through walls, and on top of that, made themselves immune to danger. To damage. Typical. Hopefully we don't bump into them. Where are you guys then? Am I just heading out to you? Are you above me?
I'm above you. And 0G.
Alright, Roger. I'm coming up now with my vulture.
There's still room for you.
There is room.
Yeah.
Ah, bless you, thank you. You played as a kid too, but you were crap. I remember in my... It must have been junior school. We were playing Rounders, I think it was. And I think I was the first one to do a jump, like a diving catch. And it blew the teacher's mind. And then instantly they were like, you're on the cricket team. Like, they see any slimmer of competence and they drag you into every team going. Wait, is that you? 50 kilometers above. Are you 50 kilometers above us? Well, I guess you are. If they plan on the game having a future that needs to change, what's that, sorry? Yeah, tell Chris to stop walking near the server cables, for crying out loud. Do you know, what we're playing now in comparison to any finished released game, for me personally, is 100 times better. There is nothing out there right now that I get more pleasure and enjoyment out of playing than Star Citizen. It is just like nothing else. Yo, Eagle One, how you doing? Are you well, sir? You're not home until the 13th. Oh, mate. Well, a nice break. Sometimes it is nice to take a good long break from Star Citizen. Even this last few days has been nice. Just, you know, I don't even think I've turned the I will have turned the computer on, but I can't even remember what for. All right, am I good? Is this? Hang on. Are you with Dark on board and Tech close by?
Yeah, we're all here.
All I'm is that a vulture? I mean, a reclaimer, or is that actually a the Idris? What's going on? My thing is backwards.
That's the Idris.
Oh, okay. I've just overshot. I'm coming in, making my approach. My flipping UI here is backwards. I don't know what's going on there. Let me get up my HUD, because I can't make head and tail of what that's saying. It's all backwards! You usually toggle it that... Wait, oh no, I just turned it off. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Alright, that's better. That's very strange. I've not seen that before, where it converts it upside down. Yeah, GTA 6, I will buy, I will love, I will play non-stop for a good duration of time, but then I'll get bored of it and I'll give up on it. Playing by proxy, i.e. Fair enough. Best way to play sometimes, especially when it comes to Star Citizen. Thank you, Gene. Am I entering the rear or the front?
Yeah, my rear is ready to receive you, sir.
Okay, on my way. Yeah, exactly, Lost. Like every GTA game, I love it, I play it, and then I get bored of it, and I stop playing. And then go and play some Star Citizen. Oh no, I don't need landing gear down yet. Oh, look at this. Oh, she looks nice and set up and ready to go. Whoops, I'm a bit longer than I realized. Ah! Hello, chaps. Is VoIP working for you lot? A great car collecting game, yeah, absolutely. Have you got your RAM sorted, Eagle? Hopefully you got your RAM sorted. Mithras, thank you as always for the cheer. Bit of the body, please. Alright, are you on the bridge, Deacon? Is Apoc sleeping? Please tell me VoIP hasn't just done one. I think it has. Oh, I think it has. I've only just arrived. You hearing me again, Deke? Ah, it's gone. Same, you haven't got the GPU or the NVMe yet. I was on the cusp of buying a new PC when suddenly it went up 300 quid because of RAM, and now it's just... If I can find RAM at a decent price, I'll get it. Although I think RSWSC was stated that he had 64 gigs of 6,000 mega flops or whatever it's called, RAM. But it might not be AMD supportive. It does. It really sucks right now. But like you say, just save. Like we raised $1,000 or pounds, courtesy of you lot. So thank you so much. It's just in a pot, in my savings, just sitting there, waiting, and I'll keep adding to it over time. And then when the time comes to actually, buy something, it'll be there and ready. Is he overslept again? He is hardcore. Hardcore APOC. It is. It's a really good hanger, Johnny. It's very useful. I mean, this is why Deacon upgraded pretty much every ship he had to... let me get up the stairs quick before he jumps. To the Idris. It has served us perfectly. Oof, there we go. Frame rate's taking a bit of a nosedive, mind, but that's because I need to adjust my settings, I think, because now I'm streaming, the RAM might be getting overused. Not the RAM, the VRAM. Oh, it's not, but I switched down a few things to medium when I'm streaming, and then when I'm not, I turn it back up again to high. That should do. Lucadus, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Bears and powder, please. Spunky, yes. Deacon, are you party lead? Is your thingy working again? Could we get Spunky Chicken invited? Did you hear me at all, Deacon? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Radar temp. What? What's that mean? I'm not going to press it just because I don't want to do anything problematic. So 9800, you want 232 for the start, and to fully populate motherboard at a later date. Yeah, kind of. So I was looking at the 9950 just purely because of content creation, but also 2 sticks of 32, and then with the idea of future upgrades, leaving room for it. Your nephew has his own server and had to buy 128. Oh my god, $2,600. Yo, Quantum Noir. No, I built this last one, and I was actually planning on building my latest one, or the newer one. But when I checked PC Specialist, every component barring the PSU was exactly the same as what I wanted, and it was cheaper to build because the RAM was coming up at 444 quid. Not to mention, I hadn't accounted for Windows Professional, which was also included in the build. The fact that they build it, they stress test it, and so forth, it was like, oh, that seems like a no-brainer. I'm going to contact them and see if I can either get some content creator discount or benefit, as well as see if I can change the PSU for the Platinum version that I want rather than the Gold. And in waiting for their response, the RAM went up 300 quid. So I was like, I ain't going to do it anymore. I can't. User, this is the Idris. Which country are you in, Rengs? Hello, Dak. No, well, I was planning on doing 232s and then adding an additional 232s if the motherboard would be, optimal to do that, which it should be. It's the ProArt Asus one. It shouldn't be a problem having 4 32 SEU things, or maybe not even 4, but 96 in total. No, not you, Eagle. Sorry, Rings. Oh, are you not in the org, Spunky? I thought he was. Wait for the RAM prices and a 6080 to drop. It might even be longer than that. You never know. I'm going to go out and look around while they're doing their stuff. Hello, Dak. Let me try sorting my... Oh. Yeah, Spunky is in the... Oh, he was with us the other day. Is your party list... Is your friends list working, or is it still broken? Anyone hear me on party chat? Oh, Philippines. It's probably cheaper to get a flight out to the Philippines to buy some RAM than it is to just buy it outright. Anyone hearing me? Social tools can't come soon enough. They really can't. I'm going to head on out with my ship. Everyone, you know, you just take your time to get out there. That's fine. Well, I'm kind of hoping now that Vulcan is here, that we will actually see a lot more optimizations as time. And plus, they have the R&D team. Their sole purpose is optimizing Star Citizen. So I'm kind of hoping that we will see it get a little easier for all of us. Obviously, when Genesis comes along, that will probably change a little bit. But then they will continue to optimize Genesis, and I think it might keep us going for a little while. It might keep me going for a little while. I won't be able to play an Ultra. I won't be able to bring, you know, a dedicated stream machine or record and edit at 4K or record my streams. But there will be a time that I will be able to do that. It's just not right now. Which is a shame, but it's just the way it goes, you know. I can't justify... especially when a lot, you know, a good 1,000 of that money is from you lot. I can't justify throwing that away on RAM when it's just outrageously priced. Oh, is it just inside the ship, Dak? Yeah, it could be. So VoIP does work. It's just it only supports up to 50 people because it hasn't been updated since they expanded beyond 50. So there needs to be a lot of work done to it to improve that. I would certainly suggest, well, HOTAS or HOSAS. It really depends on what ships you prefer flying and how you prefer flying. I have HOSAS, so hand-on stick and stick, so dual stick. But I also have my left stick as an omni-throttle, so it's on an angle rather than straight up, which kind of gives me the feeling of a throttle. But with that incremental strafe up-down, you know, and so on. Which is the best of both worlds for me personally. Oh, I'm actually first, aren't I? Uh-oh. Are you taking off? No, they're all just waiting for me to get out of here. Yeah, Nick's one is the first one to come for Genesis. Yo, Jedi, how you doing? Welcome, sir. Yeah, the thing is, Asus are the first to say they'll step in. There will probably be other companies doing the same. As we say, people, you know, doom and glooming saying it's going to be years, it's just going to get worse. Of course, to start with, it will. But that is only if everything stays exactly as the same and no one else does anything about it, which they will do. Things, you know, something happens, people then step in to accommodate it. Where's my UI gone? That's not to say, you know, it might not be for a little while. I suspect it will be. Dak? Are you okay? Am I seeing what I'm seeing? Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. All right, we're going out the back. I don't know if Dak even saw that that vulture there, but he's out at least. That was funny.
Oh, that was horrible desync.
Yeah, did you not notice that? Or did that not happen in my eyes?
Yeah, I just watched your stream, but for me, the vulture was not there.
Oh, okay. I wonder what the actual truth is there then, if it was there or if it wasn't. That's crazy. That's really bad desync, to be fair. Alright, I'm going to float around and watch while you guys salvage away, because I have the authority to do so. I'm going to watch from the ground as well a little bit. Do you think they will add more races for us other than human to use in the future? Would love to use alien races. Alien race? Oh, sorry. I was thinking like racing, like Grand Prix. No. I mean, never say never, but they stated a while back that they don't plan on allowing us to ever play as an alien. The best they kind of said was that we would be able to... there may be, like, after Squadron 42 is released, they may do, you know, a single-player campaign where you get to play as one of the aliens, alien races. But as it stands right now, there aren't any intentions to do so. But as I say never. If they find a way to do it and they feel like they want to do it... Am I landing gear down? It was down. So I'll be on hand for any issues, and I'll do a bit of salvaging myself. But for now, let's just take in the view. Rhino, how you doing? Merry Christmas to you, mate. Did you have a good time? So GPUs are next if AMD follows Nvidia's lead with taking away 40% of their cards to feed their AI machines. Flipping it. The hounds are ready to pounce. Oh, whose is the Starfarer? Anyone hear me? Yo, Kid Geiger. Oh, we use this Idris for all sorts. Whose is the Starfarer? Where's that come from? Is that one of our own? Jackal, welcome. Merry Christmas, Jedi. Is this fair salvage? Let's have a look on board and just see. Nobody blow it up, just in case you were thinking of it. Yeah, it would be cool to play as an alien race, absolutely, but as it stands right now, it's not an intended path, but like I say, you just never know, really. It looks like it's been here a while. Trespassing. Whose is this? Anyone on board? Is it game rules? Nice. Some magical glow there. Exclamation org, mister. That should bring up the command. Oh, it's locked. I need to unlock everything. I'll see if there's anything in these fuel tanks that we could take away. Because if we have our own Starfarer, which I'm sure we do, we could use it. I'm trying to bust open that reclaimer, I think. You can RMC strip the Polaris at the QV station. Nice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. If they're shooting at this ship, tell them to stop, please. Do not blow up the Starfarer. I am inside. I haven't seen the engineering. I don't think this is set up for it, is it? Where on the list was this ship for engineering? Yo, Mr. Derp, how you doing? Connecting to chat. What's going on, guys? Am I still live? Can you still see me? Still hear me? Alright, so we've got one pod with full hydrogen. So pod 1, we could take that. We could take pod 3. Maybe pod 2, so pod 1, 2, 3. Oh, hang on. Which one is this, though? Shall I leak some? I'm kidding. It's closed anyway. So what you do is you click on the price, adjust the price, or you can auto set it. So right now, quantum fuel is about 27.51 creds per SEU. Hydrogen, it automatically, makes it 67, which is pretty cheap. You can deploy the boom. Then once they have connected, you turn the. Oh, you don't do that first. You open the nozzle. I'm assuming we're going with pod 1. I don't know though. Maybe it's pod 3. They're all stopped. So you sort of, let's go with this one. You turn that as, so you open that up. So it's going, oh no, out. You want it open. And then the nozzle is open and you start doing that and you'll see it go down, look, but it's spilling. We're spilling it. It's not going in anywhere. And the faster you go, the more fuel will come out, but the more chance it'll have of overfilling or spilling. So you've got to manage the flow rate. But let's close it for now and just close that off. It's a really cool system that I think a lot of people, especially new members, will have no idea it exists. So 1, 2, 3. I'm assuming it's 1, 2. Can we detach these somehow? Streaming from a hospital. Why did you think that? It works, but I think the problem fitting is that it can now, if you dock, like docking itself impacts bed logging and can break bed logging. So pod management, what have we got here? So we're talking, if that's the bridge, so on the starboard side, pod 1 and 2, and then on the port side, pod 3. So 1 and 2, pod 3. Let me just do this. Anyone hearing me at all yet? Let's just turn this off. I'm assuming.
Hello, how can this help you today? Systems on.
Alright, ports are unlocked. You're slightly tempted to jump on and swing by, but it will take me a long while. I wouldn't just sort of come unannounced in that sense, because we have security up and they may attack, but it's, if you're not coming in a bomber and whatnot, I'm sure you'll be left alone. But we try to, because of previous incidents, we try to encourage players to not just randomly come around, right? Look at the lighting though. The lighting has certainly been improved with Vulcan. It just looks so much more accurate and less glitchy. Looks like a hospital bed behind me. What with the teddies? Get some flowers in the background still. Pidge, how you doing? Question for the SM Borg. Is there a minimum requirement? No, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Yeah, that's true. Most people don't know about refueling because it's not really necessary. It's quick and easy just to get refueled from a We've got you Sparrow as a box helper. What's that? Oh, it's a bit dark in here. Oh yeah. Man, the lighting is so much better. Flood, how you doing? My question is, why does the Starfarer get the protected MFDs, but they removed them from the Starlancer? I think that is the old tech that has been on the Starfarer for a long while, hasn't it? I mean, I could be wrong. Where's the... Oh, this way is Captain's quarters. Yeah, we don't even have full global illumination yet, but we have the light bounce, which is very nice. So this was a ship being used. And there you go, look. The best part of the Starfarer. This whole ship is going to get an interior rework, by the way, so don't fall in love with it too much just yet. Although it should be getting better. Yeah, it's not quite there yet. So dark down here, as it should be. There's no windows. Like, facing that way, it should be almost pitch black. Alright, I'm going to go and grab these pods if I can. I love the Starfarer, Jason, mostly because it was the first big ship we ever got. And it was just so impressive seeing it. Such a size. Yeah, minimum requirements. Can you actually play the game? Can you... Well, even that's not a, you know, a minimum requirement. We have people in the org that don't even play. So it's like... Oh, did I not open everything? What a noob. So it really doesn't matter. Race car beds. But nice when we can get different grades of fuel. You know, competition grade, economy grade, that kind of stuff. Adds a whole new element to refining and... oh, wrong one, but this might work. Don't think it did. Casil, you too, thank you so much. Did you have a good time? Jack Morgan, welcome. Wrong button. Okay, that's opening everything. There we go. It should be open now. They're upclocked versions of the normal ones, launching in at CES in 2 weeks. Maybe the universe is like, don't buy anything just yet. Wait for these ones. At the end of the day, as much as the build that I had in my mind is as it is, I will certainly see what the best option is when the time comes to actually buying and reassess. Where do you stand in the best chance to solo find a railgun or missile launcher? I would say ghillie missions, maybe asteroid bases. Oh, it's snowing. So it should be this one. Oh. Oh, maybe this one. That's a refinery tank. Can't move that one. Can we get pod... So starboard 1 and 2 and port 3 off. Being that one. That's a full quantum fuel. Where's that going? Alright, we don't need that one. Short range LODs. I don't know why that went flying up there. Can we take that off? Maybe I should do this outside. I don't know why it did that. Yoshizu. Yes. I think so, Trog. Yeah, the gravity was just non-existent in that moment. I don't know why it just suddenly decided to disappear on me. A large Mirai ship. I guess if it warrants a performance ship, then absolutely. Alright, let's try and get this off. Oh no. No, 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 no. Come on.
Hey, Mac.
Ah, yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. We found an 890 jump at Harper's Point.
All right, Roger, I'm on my way.
Seed has.
I'll come and help salvage. These are just... I don't think we're getting these fuel pods, which isn't a big deal because I don't think many of us are going to bother. Look at them. Feels like they're just instantly purple. That might cause problems. I'm going to go before they explode. Vanduul, it did look like, Flazan, it did look like it was being beamed up. Yeah, maybe they put helium in it. What are you doing by my ship? Very suspicious. Yo, Gammuffin, cow, welcome. Full of helium, Yorkie. What are you up to? What are you doing? Are you sabotaging my ship, sir? Very suspicious. Noob, welcome. What kind of planet is that with the trees? I'm a new player and I want to discover. So, this is Microtech. You want to make your way, look on Microtech for essentially the Orion's belt of landing points. You have Astor's Clearing, Dunburrow, and Harper's Point. And they are sort of within close proximity. I mean, we're still talking a good 100 kilometers away. Have you just checked my thing? Is that what you're doing? Checking to see if it needs fixing?
Launch complete.
Alright, right now.
Box.
Hey? I'm gonna head over to... In fact, I should shut the... Oh, it's already shut. I can't... Oh, I've got my helmet on. That's good. But I can no longer fly around in space with my door open. So data running isn't... I mean, it's not to say that Mirai can't come out with a industrial-style ship. But Mirai are generally performance... They're like the performance division of MISC, right? So you're thinking like Nismo. Or is it Yazoo for like Toyota and whatnot? So it's not to say, you know, it's out of the realm of possibility to have Mirai make a larger ship, but I would say it's more likely going to be within the realm of competition-based stuff. So data running, I wouldn't expect so, but, you know, what do I know? In all honesty, they could do anything. Ah, there's Harper's. Newbie, thank you so much. To the stars indeed, my friend. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Beers and party, please.
Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, that's for you, my friend. Thank you so much. In fact, we had another one earlier today that I haven't accounted for yet. Carl, welcome. It's my box helper. Oh wait, the chap. Who was that? Did you manage to get in, or did I just take off before you jumped in? Oh, who am I thinking of? Oh, Gazoo. Yes, Gazoo is what I'm thinking of, not Yazoo. That's the milkshake brand. That's similar performance. Insaint, welcome. Yeah, it's just part and parcel of being a streamer, Insaint. Zero, welcome. Most people will know where this is anyway. What's changed about the shop? So, at Harper's, we have an 890 jump. Oh, that's true. They make the Guardian, don't they? All right, good point, yeah. Ignore what I'm saying. Like I say, what do I know? Wacky, was that you? I'll come back for you. Apologies. Hang on, I'm coming back. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't realise what it meant by a box helper. I don't know why I didn't realise what it meant, because having a box helper in the back is actually very helpful. I'll come back and get you. Hey, Puck! Good morning, sir. How you doing today? Did you sleep well? Nice to see you finally getting some sleep. Oh, it's a subsidiary of TRD, is it? Thank you, Wacky. I'll be with you in a sec, mate. I wonder where the team are. Oh. Are the ships that you are finding abandoned by players? Yes, they are. So when you find them, you scan them, and it'll say game rules. Part of me is suspicious that the augurs planted these for us to salvage, but you never know. Just because we've just had maintenance. It's like crap. Oh man, that's not good. I think it's the same for me last night, in fact. I had like 3 hours. I've been trying to set my alarm. What day was it? It was maybe Christmas Eve. I woke up at 6 o'clock needing a wee, and I just... Oh no, maybe it was the day before that. I think it was the stream day. And I just decided I would work out rather than leaving it till the end of the day. And it was really nice just being able to go out, work out, get it done, and out of the way before, you know, everyone else is up. And so I've kind of been setting my alarm, because Summer's been sleeping a little longer than normal, so I've been setting my alarm for like 6 to start with, no, 6:30, then 7, then 7:30, depending on if she wakes up a bit in the night or not. And it must have been like 3 by the time I fell asleep last night, which was not nice. Alright, where are you, Sparrow? I didn't see your handle, I'm afraid, so I don't actually know where you are. But I'm coming in. Hopefully your name will pop up. Is your name in-game Sparrow? What's your handle in-game? What am I looking for here? Because names are actually showing again, which is nice. Not seeing you. Who are you close to? Can you see any of the people you're close to? Because I can see people. Are you close to Terra Noob? I can see someone down here, but it's not showing the name. Is that someone down here? Oh, that might be you. Am I landing near you right now? Man, the night time's coming fast. It'll be coming down in Harper's in a minute.
Landing complete.
Yo, Lance. What for, mate? Oh, TID is the off-road and TGR is the performance road cars. Interesting. Can you hear me, Sparrow? Let me know when you're in. Just had a first dogfight since engineering was disabled after 30... Oh, since engineering was disabled after 30 seconds and then had to sit there for 10 minutes while AI finished me off. Could you not call for help or maybe fix up your ship? Are you in? You can't hear me. Okay. But you're in. Excellent. Off we go.
Launch complete.
FPS hellhole.
Landing gear up.
Shit, sorry, Terra. Oop. Let's get out of here. I didn't see him there. Apologies. Little salvation. For fun? Well, that's up to you, mate. If you want to pull it out for fun, by all means do so. When's it supposed to come again, Apong? Has it supposed to have arrived already? We left Summer's little turtle teddy at Rachel's auntie's the other day, and she posted it back. I mean, they were talking before, like, the week before Christmas week. And she said she'll post it first class, and we still haven't received it. It's like, is it going to come? What's happened? Ah! Hello! Did you hear me at all? I'll try and fly in a little, you know, less erratic so that you're not being flung around. You chill out, relax. Originally supposed to be December 23rd to 30th, now expected on the 29th. But it still hasn't shipped. Oh, I hear you. Is that you? Was that you, Wacky? That's weird. A sudden voice out of nowhere, but it's hard to say. I can't wait for VoIP to be updated. I mean, I know I've said it a few times, but I feel like I haven't said it enough yet. But just getting to the point where it doesn't just work for the amount of people we need it to, but it sounds great, you know, proximity, different environments, putting a helmet on, taking it off. I don't understand how there hasn't been a single ship to power down or open the doors this whole time. Happens to you every... Does it really? What on earth? And you're not doing anything in specific. You're not like fighting or anything, Sandman. It just happens. What ships are you using specifically? I wonder if that's causing it. I've never had that issue. I mean, in the early PTU, you know, tech preview days, sure, but not since.
Shield system online.
And that's only when I've been engaged in combat, which is really weird. Ah, wrong button. Beautiful place. It is going to be a bit of a shame seeing these places go and get replaced by Genesis, but I am super excited to see what Genesis is going to be like. And I hope that they bring these places in as well, like, you know, Astor's. I hope these locations will remain and they can redo them in Genesis and not just, you know, like get rid. I feel like they won't get rid and they will just reimagine them in Starcitect, but I just seeing those forests with the Copian. Oh. So you've tried the Arrow, the Zeus. The Zeus should be fine, absolutely, yeah. The C1 should be fine. Some ships have power settings default that aren't sustainable or turn things off. But it's really weird that it's happening consistently for you, like to the point where you can't play.
Friendly fire.
I'm assuming you've messed around with the the power settings just to kind of see if there's a, you know, a way to mitigate it, but how annoying. Anyone read me on VoIP party chat? APOC, do you think it's worth, or any divisional lead, do you think it's worth, instead of pumping out just RMC boxes for selling, whether we just buy, generate a load of RMC, or is it so unnecessary that because we have so much of it in our cargo, in our storage? I was kind of hoping we wouldn't get free, you know, SRT canisters. I was hoping that it would be a you know, a plausible reason for watch out taking off, Steed. I'm above you now. It would be a great way for salvagers to make cash. Someone approaching them and saying, you know, can I buy some RMC from you? Yeah, that certainly sounds, media, like a an engineering issue that you're dealing with. What ship were you using? I don't think that will happen anytime soon. I believe the mix system will be the first. Yes, absolutely. Well, it depends. It depends on what their plan is, right? So and we can't use previous times to determine how fast it's going to be until we get Castra and Terra, or before they go back and redo Microtech. Until we know how fast Genesis can produce planets, it's all guesswork. My guess is as good as your guess, is as good as Jackal's guess, and so forth. We don't know how long it will take them. I mean, the first planet that they generate, being Nix 1 with Genesis, will probably take the longest, because it's the first time they're doing it. They'll have a certain tick list that they want to achieve before they, you know, push on to the next planet. But if it's very quick, like this is the answer to bringing the 100 systems that they originally outlined. Yes, it's not going to be at launch by any means, but long term, absolutely. And that again will be determined by how fast Genesis can produce planets. today, tomorrow, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, you know, well, shorter than that, I would hope, but that's the thing. Genesis will produce Nyx 1. Will it be Nyx 2 and 3 at the same time, or will it just be Nyx 1? Once they have the full Nyx system with planets, are they going to then, or already be working on converting Microtech's, sorry, Stanton Pyro's celestial bodies? How long would that be to reimagine them? There are right now there are too many questions that any guesswork is pointless, because we don't know. I'm not going to assume it's going to take years. I'm not going to assume it's going to take days or months. I'm just going to wait and see what they say. But the point being is that as it stands right now, what we know is Nyx 1 first. Nyx system, they will reimagine. They may even, you know, bring Castra with its planets before they even reimagine Stanton and Pyro. We just don't know. The only issues I've sort of seen, although in 4.5's live release I haven't been doing any combat as yet, would be that the power plant just absorbs most of the damage, regardless. Yeah, it could be that they hit your power plant, but also it could be that there's just bugs with the power plant and it just being the sort of go-to component to take damage. Yeah, I wouldn't think the AI are using distortion, are they? Good morning, Diganta. How you doing? Oh, is that what was happening, Zaman, when you were trying to show people stuff? Oh, man. No. This really cool engineering system was just released. Oh, wait, I can't actually fly my ship. You're so sick to play at the moment, but have the Reclaimer to don't. Oh, bless you, mate. No, don't worry about it. I think we've got enough, but... Sorry to hear you're sick. I think Rachel might be coming down with the same sort of thing, because Christmas Day she woke up with a sore throat, and then today she's just like... I hope I don't get it, I really do. Get well soon, mate. Bugs in Star Citizen. Harbinger has distortion. What, for NPCs? Oh, interesting. Then again, some less fervent streamers, say that singular planetary system in Star Citizen, has more or less the same amount of interesting points compared to star systems in Elite Dangerous. And, well, yeah, I mean, you know, the whole boasting of, are we not getting anything here? Of Elite saying, we have 400 quadrillion systems. It's like, right? What a waste. What an absolute waste. Ain't nobody gonna see all of them. The good thing about Genesis, though, is that, you know, it incorporates starcitizen, so you've got all those points of interest just automatically deployed to a degree. I know it's not as simple as just, you know, a push of a button. There are a lot of rule sets to it, but it isn't just beautiful looking biomes, it's ecosystems, it's underlying tech for systems like farming, mining, hunting. You've got the AI population, you've got starcitizen, you've got the weather systems. There's a lot going on with Genesis. I would love to know when they're planning to bring Nyx 1 out, though. Yeah, I've heard the Perseus is struggling right now. Yeah, that's true. I suppose there is always, but what I mean is, it's far beyond, you know, content to last 10 years. It's to the point where the game will have died out before everywhere has been explored, which, as a bragging right, sure, it's kind of cool, but the reality of it is so unnecessary. And I mean, I haven't played, so I could be wrong, but I bet it's quite repetitive in terms of discovering new places, in the sense that as much as they may look different, it all generally acts the same. I could be wrong, I don't know. I've played No Man's, but I've not played Elite. Yo, Peanut. Will be home late. Can I join you guys? Yeah, absolutely. We're on till, 6 o'clock, so a couple more hours if you get in, mate. You played Elite while waiting before trying Star Citizen and found planets and systems that no one has landed on, but it gets repetitive and the grind is real, friend. Yeah. It kind of loses that interest when it's all just repetition. It just feels like a cartoon to me, does No Man's. Not that it is, obviously, it is its own fully fledged game, but it just... I think the art style, because I'm used to Star Citizen being a lot more realistic in design, the art for No Man's just feels a bit too arcadey for me. But like I say, everyone has their own preferences. Some people enjoy Starfield, which is good. Some people enjoy No Man's and Elite, and there's nothing wrong with having many sci-fi games out there. I just personally don't enjoy the rest, but then I'm a really strange gamer. Bob, thank you for the follow 25 minutes ago, mate. I did miss that. Apologies. Doing a great job, Sparrow. Keeping that buffer clear. Now, are you going to just use the cargo bay, or are you going to be doing the whole, let's see how many we can squeeze in here? I'm happy for the latter, by the way. It's kind of how I do things. Yeah, it's cool, but it doesn't really have an appeal to me because it's... Then, you kind of realize that there are hundreds, if not maybe thousands of people who all have a claim to a location. But it kind of... It's a cool idea, but I do like the idea of eventually Star Citizen getting to the point where you might discover a system and, it actually means something to people. Yo, Prince! Oh, good, thank you, my friend. How are you? Do you feel then personally that Elite Dangerous is currently better than Star Citizen for you, Pitch? Is that your feelings at this time? If CIG could deliver half the stuff they promised, it's good. I mean, already what they've delivered, if they just took what we have now and polished it and made it, sort of final with content and stuff, it would be great. It's already... I mean, not even this year, previous years, there's been parts and times when I've played that are like no other game can deliver already, and that's before we had all the server meshing stuff, before all this content drive and playability. So that's why I've always felt so confident in knowing that Star Citizen will get there, because I've already experienced that kind of feeling already while it's still heavily work in progress, which was proof enough for me, Ooh, I've got to be aware there's other salvages here. No Man's Sky is a good game. I just don't see the point of their starships having a class when they can all do the same thing when fully upgraded. Right, I see. Oh, you just like them both for their differences. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, with either, answer. Some people will prefer other games to Star Citizen, of course. In Tacti, how you doing? There's not a lot of appeal, in your opinion, to having purely generated systems like... No, I think that's what... Again, I think a lot of it is just because I've been spoiled by CIG and their intention or approach, depending on, what we're talking about and how far they've come with it. But yeah, the idea of it just generates another system algorithmically didn't really appeal to me, rather than the whole handcrafted. But then I guess Genesis is kind of that best of both worlds, where you've got the handcrafted, but it's handcrafted assets that have been placed into a procedural system that uses real life data as such, you know, nature and so forth. It feels like a good approach, but we haven't really seen that in action yet. It's just shown off as a demo. Yeah, they are. They're all. Each game has its own thing to offer and to enjoy. In fact, all 4 of them, even Starfield. I really, if I hadn't played Star Citizen, I know I would have loved Starfield because it does the lore really well, so that it kind of makes you feel like you are invested into the game. Like with Fallout and Elder Scrolls, the only downside was it felt like a really watered down version of Star Citizen. But as I say, if I hadn't played it at all, I would have probably played Starfield to death. You know, the bugs, obviously, they all have bugs, especially Elder Scrolls, oh, no, sorry, Bethesda games, but it just lacked so much that Star Citizen already does, and it made me, and again, it's not like, to me, Starfield was what Star Citizen was intended to be back in 2012, when they first outlined their Kickstarter. That's what they were aiming for until they decided to go further with it. The 320 days, so you missed out on the 318 shenanigans. It's improved a lot, still lots to work on, to be done. Yeah, absolutely, that's the thing, you know, there is so much to do with Star Citizen, and there will be for the foreseeable. But I'm getting a lot of enjoyment, and a lot of that is down to the org. Tamburello, thank you so much for the 4 to 5-month resub. Beers and party, please. And that's the thing, that, you know, there's no reason why you shouldn't play any game. If you get enjoy, what's the point in playing games? To have fun. If you're having fun, play the game that you're enjoying. It doesn't matter what anyone says. If someone says, that game is shit, it's like, yeah, but I'm enjoying it. So, you know, more fool you for either playing it and not enjoying it, or calling someone out who isn't. It's the same with Star Citizen. People saying, it's, you know, you're wasting time playing it or whatever. It's like, yeah, but I'm having fun. So it's not a waste of time. Yeah, what happened to the Elder Scrolls 6? That was years ago. Everyone all right? I heard a slightly panicked voice. Did I hear someone in trouble? Yeah, I mean, Starfield is a single-player, story-driven narrative game with a lot of... It's an MMO, but it's not an MMO, sorry. It's a, what do you call it? A role-playing game as such. I can't think of the term. But yeah, it is a different game altogether in terms of its intent. You played Eve for 15 years and that was a really great game. Yeah, the people who play Eve, they are absolute hardcore fans from what I can tell, which is testament to what Eve has achieved. Especially considering it's, how old now? 20, 25 years? Relaxative, how you doing? Yeah, it is an RPG, isn't it? Yeah. And I think a lot of people who are citizens, who are waiting for Star Citizen, jumping on these other games while you wait is absolutely a valid way of stopping yourself from going crazy while waiting for them. Thankfully, right now, especially this year, Star Citizen's at the point where I can consistently enjoy session after session, regardless of whether I am on my main account solo, off-gridding solo, or playing with the org. There is enough to do, and an important, like with the org, it kind of brings more importance to doing certain things because, you know, it might be, oh, we need size 1 components, or we need torpedoes. Like, right, there's a job. Let's go do that. It gives us purpose. Even though it's all going to get wiped. Doesn't matter. The Imperium, are they the oh no, I'm thinking of the fuel rats. Oh yeah, I think there's been a lot of orgs from other games coming over. In fact, we saw a lot of commanders coming over from Elite, didn't we? Not that that's to do with Eve, but yeah. Birds of a feather, of course. Darius, thank you so much for the support, my friend. That's very kind of you. Beers and party players. PC's slowing down a bit. Let's just get them out, get back in the game, otherwise I'm gonna probably crash. For Christmas I got a lot of vouchers, like Amazon vouchers. I often ask for Amazon vouchers because there's always a huge list of things that I'm wanting. And although it's really sad, I'm sure, for those buying for me, it's like, that's, you know,
Friendly fire.
where's the love? Where's the joy? I'm like, oh, the joy is in the receiving of the things I want. But I ended up, for my garage gym, I've been wanting like a weight rack. But they are stupid expensive. You know, you're talking hundreds of pounds for a rack plus dumbbells. And I need specific weights for my weight, for my, you know, what I need. So I was looking around online. I asked ChatGPT. I know I'm part of the problem for the RAM prices. I do apologise, but it suggested this brand called Northern Gym, who's sold at Decathlon, sold on Amazon, and it's like for the rack it's about 130 or 120. And all in all, I had about 90 quid's worth of vouchers. So 130 plus replacing my current really poor, super long dumbbells, which are like, you know, the ones that you can configure that have like weights. They're not like the quick ones. They're the ones that you have to unscrew, put on. They're like this long. So when I'm doing like double bicep curls, they're just clattering into each other. And I'm sure it's going to do my joints an injustice. So I got 8 kilograms, and I'm going to basically get this empty rack in the garage that I will just add to, because the weights alone, they're pricey. You get like a pair of, what, 20 kilogram dumbbells, and it's nearly 100 quid. Yes, I did the RSI survey. Oh, there is a survey from PIMAX, in fact, regarding VR that they're asking the community to fill out, which is what I like to see. I will mention this in the video review that I do, but it's when I see companies not just, you know, trying to promote their own goods, but actually better the landscape for Star Citizen in that role. A bit like what TOBII, you know, they work with CIG to create the best experience. PIMAX are working with Star Citizen and wanting to work further with them as well to really enhance the whole VR experience, to make it as good as it can be. So they want our feedback. I will try and get the link to that as soon as possible. Rab, how you doing? Oh, X4. See, that's another game, the Foundation games, that a lot of people have spoken about that I've never played. Saying that, Foundation itself, the series, isn't anything to do with X4, is it? Or is that actually all part and parcel of it? Black Jaguar, how you doing? That's why I don't play Star Citizen anymore, because I don't have fun anymore. Absolutely. I love this game, and it had so much potential, but CIG destroyed it more and more and made it boring. Well, I do disagree, but you are correct if you are not enjoying it to not play it. That is the absolute right approach. And that's not to say that you won't come back when there is something there for you to enjoy. When was the last time you played, by the way? You're going to wait till 1.0? Because I would argue that there is actually quite a lot to do and enjoy, but maybe not so much solo. Although there is a lot to get on with, it can still be very repetitive and boring. But playing with a group is a whole nother experience. Am I going to get that stuff underneath? But as I say, you do the right thing by not playing. Ori, how you doing? Haven't you heard of Power Blocks and other brands similar to them? What, weights-wise? I always tend to go middle of the road. I always look for what the best is, and then sort of go middle ground to try and find that sort of price to performance. I don't ever want to just go like dirt cheap, because I've had a lot of the time dirt cheap gear, like camping gear and exercise gear, and it just breaks or isn't optimal for, you know, I'm getting old. These joints don't want things to be breaking on them. How much was that, Ori? And has it worked out all right? I had looked at those adjustable ones. They look pretty cool, and obviously they're great for space saving, but I definitely wanted a rack, you know. I just like the look of a rack. Yeah, oh yeah, of course, you've got your Oculus now, haven't you, Sandman? It's very special, isn't it, VR in Star Citizen? And hopefully it'll just continue to become more and more interesting and better, I guess. Yeah, that's another thing that I like about Star Citizen, although it does add a lot of time onto the whole timeline of getting it sorted. But they're not trying to repeat anything that's already been. They have the time and the resources, technically, and the money, you know, to trial and error the best possible use case for them, and that's important. Greg's voucher. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a good old sausage roll. X4 is amazing, is it? No, I personally don't like running the Reclaimer on my own. It's too much up and down. You can do. It'll probably be a little harder now with engineering in case something goes wrong, but I prefer to crew the Reclaimer. There will be a point at which it becomes less profitable versus, you know, a Salvation, for example. Like, it's probably much more profitable right now to run out with a Salvation than it is to try and solo a Reclaimer. I could be wrong, but that is an intended direction they want to take. Oh, I don't know, mind. I'm not sure.
Friendly fire.
Oh, was it one of yours? What happened? I don't know if we're on the US or not because I joined someone else's. I can't see where it says. But what happened to your 890 jump? Oh, not paying attention. So, was it pre 4.0 or post 4.0? Right? Was it before the turn of the year last year? You don't see it anymore. I mean, it's understandable because of how long it's taken, but I still see it. I still see that vision, and it's expanded into, in my opinion, something better. There are certain areas that I'm like, that feels a little worse than what I would like. Like FPS kind of feels a bit more mainstream than, I suppose, the ideal for my personal preference, more sim. But I still see it being a mix between Battlefield and Arma, which is what Chris said they want it to be, and I feel like that's still where it's going to get to. But ultimately, the majority of things that have been added to the game beyond the Kickstarter and so forth have only driven to make it more interesting, like crafting and base building. I mean, procedural planets, for example. Doing a great job, Wacky. Yeah, I did look into the power blocks because it would be ideal for my home gym because it is already cramped with bikes and, you know, stuff like that. So really, I should have probably gone for, you know, the sort of the weights that can be adjusted, because this rack only just fits within the space between the wall and my pull-up bar. You know, I was desperate, so I was moving everything up. I just want that look of a proper, you know, weight bench. Without weights on, because I can't afford them. But I'll get there. I'll just buy them over time, as and when I need them, based on my routine and stuff. We all do things our own way, even if they're not logical. Colonel, welcome. You're new to Star Citizen. How did you get the skin? A lot of them are from previous events, or, you know, like, for example, Christmas. I don't know when this ice skin came along. What was this one from? But, like, events like Luminalia, for example, in-game Christmas, and IAE and whatnot. You just acquire them over time. With the engineering changes, Warbler, how you doing? Is there a trick to finding ships to salvage? Regardless of the engineering changes, you can often find player ships to salvage. My advice would be to hit up places that are often used for hauling locations, although a lot of those might be in armistice zones, so you might not be able to salvage them. Other than that, maybe asteroid bases are always a great place to find some decent ships. But again, it's hit or miss. When you find them, what you need to do is go into scan mode and just scan. And then look at this here, and what you're looking for is where it says game rules, the owner game rules. Now, you can salvage any ship you find. You are, you know, physically able to do so, provided you can get the shields turned off. But I, being a friendly guy, would only salvage ships that are unowned. And game rules means that whoever used to own this, probably mind risers, have claimed that ship on insurance already. So this belongs to nobody. It essentially belongs to the server, and it's fair salvage. So whenever you find a ship, scan it. If it says game rules, go right ahead. If it doesn't, it's up to you whether you want to or not, but I wouldn't personally. Fitness streams, absolutely not. That would be hilarious. Unfortunately, the salvation storage cripples it. Yeah, it does. If you're working in tandem with someone else, you can probably make a decent amount. But then that would require extra persons to pay and so forth. Yeah, without weight. I'll have a pair of 8 kilogram weights. On a 3-tier rack. Nothing else. But, you know, as I say, right now I'm not really doing anything weight related. Because I do calisthenics, most of it is all based on my own body weight. But there are certain things that I do, certain muscles that I target that need dumbbells. And I'm sick of these super long dumbbells just clanging against each other. But for things like Romanian deadlifts and pharma carries, I don't have weights big enough right now to really make use of that. Started watching my off-grid series. Started doing your off-grid life, very nice, but I carry many weapons. Because I saw you get shot by 2 players that one time, yeah. Bastards. No, you definitely need to be protecting yourself, absolutely. So cargo grid is full, but the buffer is halfway. Excellent, mate. Thank you. We will return to the mothership in a second, offload, and we can both get ourselves a drink and something to eat before we head back out again. How hard is it to get salvaging? Not hard at all. You need at least one of those for ship salvaging. You can either go Salvation or Fortune, which is Misk or Vulture to start with, but you know, you've got to obviously earn that, and the Salvation isn't in-game yet. That will be available to buy in-game at some point, and it should be relatively cheap in comparison to the other ships. Because it's a starter profession ship, or a profession starter ship. But you can do it hand-tooled wise, but you're not going to make a good amount of cash doing it with hands. I really wish that when they brought out the dedicated SRT tool, that they allowed it to be sold in shops, the canisters, like you can with the multi-tool. I don't know why they didn't. Because that was, when they first announced that or showed it off, I was ecstatic for my off-grid series of being just an off-grid salvager, you know, scavenger, salvaging ships with the triple canisters, which essentially would have been about 1,000 creds per full canister at the time, because it was like 100 and... what was it, like 300 and something for a full single canister. And they have yet to make it possible, and I don't know why. All I can think is it's some form of economy reason, but if you're listening, CIG, even if you're not the correct person to ask, can we investigate or look into the potential of having these dedicated SRT Cambio tools, the triple canisters? Can we sell them? Can we fill them up and sell them for the equivalent of 3 times what you can get for the multi-tool? It would be an absolute blessing for us off-gridders. My people need me. Ah, Joshua, you're salvaging, are you, mate? Are you full? Yeah, it's working, Shoehorn. Super Shoe. Super Shoe. Couldn't power down the salvage heads when you played yesterday. Josh, are you having any issues with the salvation? You're doing calisthenics, are you, Jay? The best for strong core. I do like to weight left as well, though. You do like to weight left. What's that mean? Do you mean add weights on? I'm not quite there yet. I can do an L-sit. I'm working to unlock the planche, which I need to build my front delts massively. Every progression I've seen, it's like, nope, can't do that. Can't do that. So I've had to go back to basics, which is kind of leaning in planche and, you know, working those up. Before I even started, I couldn't even do a pull-up. And now I can do a good 5 consistently. Perfect form, which is important. Can't do a muscle-up yet, nowhere near that. De Gunther, thank you so much, my friend. Beers and party, please. But it feels amazing. It really does, having that strength and power just to be able to move myself around. I only started in April, but I've gone through 3 injuries, all shoulder related. When I first started, I had a rotator cuff issue where I had to do rotator cuff exercises, and that fixed it. I've just gotten over, so I can't remember what it's called, but I had to do the sleeper stretch in order to open it up, and it's actually quickly fixed it. I should have looked into it earlier. I was just kind of gritting my teeth and going with it, which is not a good idea, especially as you get older doing it. Thank you to Gunther, and to you, my friend. Did you have a good one? Mark, welcome. When you tried it with the Salvation, they were hard off, and you can turn them on, but you can't put any pips into them. Oh, how strange. Trog, how you doing? Or even sell the SU box that people can refill from. That would be nice. Right, what's that, APOC? Hang on. Where's my mouse? We tried selling one in 4.5. They added... Yeah, so you can sell... We've always been able to sell the empty triple canisters, which is just the price of the canister. You can't sell them full. Or you can get the money back for what the canisters is worth, but you can't sell them as full things. Geo, how you doing? That can happen if you don't have enough power pips. Yeah, I guess have a mess around with it. I'm not saying that, you know, you guys haven't looked into it or tried to mess around with the pips, but you do need to, on the Reclaimer, you need to toggle on the actual Reclaimer. They're like weapons, but additional things. If you slide along here, in fact, we may have them here. There, look. I'm guessing you've already looked into it and it doesn't work. But power them on and give them enough power for both. And see if that works. But if you've tried it already, I don't know what to do. It might just be a bug. Have you checked the issue council for it? Yeah, thank you, Jay. How long have you been doing it for then, mate? Have you unlocked any cool things? Oh, I have been practicing handstand. That is very much a love-hate. Like, after doing it, after not, like, being out for injury for a while, coming back and doing, like, kick-up to wall handstands, I was trying to do 4 times 30-second handstands, and it took me forever to kick up. Forever. After, you know, beating through that fear of doing it, to then finally doing it, and I managed to do 4, maybe, I think I did 4, but I could have done 3 because I miscounted, or I may have miscounted, 20-second ones. But ideally, I want to go from V-sit to L-sit to planche to handstand push-up, all fluently without touching the ground. Like when you see some of the things these calisthenics guys, I mean, fair enough, they're like probably gymnasts in their 20s, but I've seen people my age and older doing it, so I know it's possible. I just need to stick to it. You've contributed. Good man, Super Shoe. So Haulers, SE Haulers, how you doing? Welcome. So salvaging has definitely taken a hit with the whole refining game, but it's still a decent way of making cash. I don't know what is the best way of making cash right now. Maybe hauling or maybe even mining these days, because they've had a bit of a buff, haven't they, in 4.5. Dakota, how you doing? You want to off-grid in Star Citizen so bad. What would you recommend for a starting point? I watch off-grid series, but I wonder if anything's changed. My advice is to go somewhere where there are multiple locations close by. Like, I've always favoured these areas where we're at now on Microtech, but really, if you go to a place on Herston called Zephyr, nearby you've got Rico's Remains, you've got Finn's Folly, you've got... Alright, we're all done here. Let's go back to the mothership. Do you hear me, Deacon? You've got a lot of other places close by where you can hop in and out and find, you know, various areas. Also, Monarchs and Jackson's Swap and whatnot are decent places with a lot of points of interest close by. And now that you can scan for caves, maybe even more so. Where are you, Deacon? Are you around here? But now that we can search for minables as well, that is definitely a huge importance. Are you alright there, Wacky? Is this... Not that. What's that over there? Oh, that's the other lot. Where's the... Whereabouts are you, Deke? I don't see you. Are you close by, or are you... Ah, you're over there, aren't you? Alright, I'm coming to you guys. Oh, I need to come out. You're at Astor's, are you? Oh, you look to be really far away. Oh, too close. I need to come out of atmosphere, that's why. You're based at Zephyr. It's a really nice place. And yeah, now that we can mine and find caves, well, we've always been able to mine, but it's another good way of making cash. Yes, it can be repetitive in Tacti. It really can. Interrogators, welcome. The downside right now is that pretty much any profession in Star Citizen can feel very repetitive, which is why I off-grid more than anything, because it gives me something more to do that isn't just one profession. You kind of have a little dabble in everything, really, because you're just making cash where you can. Yo, Waffle. Refining was always meant to be part of Salvage. Yes, absolutely. It's, you know, at the end of the day, when you consider how this game is changing, there is always... Oh, APOC, are you actually in the Idris? There is always going to be changes. And prices and values and earnings will go up and down and up and down and all over the place. While they're still dialing in the economy, they're still dialing in all the other professions to make sure that they're all equal to a degree, and then the varying, or the variables start kicking in then. But that's, you know, if you're playing now, do not get your heart set on anything. Wait a minute. APOC, are you... Sorry. I think I knocked you over in the back there. I am not seeing you anywhere, Deacon. Who's on your ship right now? Is it this over here? Yeah, okay, that's you. Oh, where did I jump to? Maybe I jumped to Dunburrow instead by accident. Orange Sovereign, how you doing? I did. It was a very nice Christmas, thank you. I wouldn't say smooth with a 3-year-old, but it was as smooth as it was going to be. It's been the smoothest Christmas we've had. Solomon, how you doing, sir? Injuring your little toe and having one of your teeth explode. But apart from that, the food we had and the drinks were consumed. How does a tooth explode? What happened? Sisu, how you doing? Thank you. We were hoping we were going to be able to do this, but we weren't sure with the maintenance. Touch and go. Yes, Relaxative. Genesis is coming next year. I mean, Chris has pretty much outlined that in his letter. If you've read his letter, he mentions that it's intended to roll out next year. We don't know when, unfortunately. It could be early or late. Diamond Star, welcome. They are working on salvage mechanics function. The price... Hang on, I'm just paying attention to where I'm going. The price you get for salvage, that is irrelevant because crafting... Yes, exactly. There's so much more at play. And like you say, crafting as well will have a huge part to play in that. So, if you are playing right now, do not get so absorbed into the price, the earnings of anything. It is all very much subject to change. Don't even get absorbed into how a ship handles or how it performs or what it can do. It's all being worked on, and will continue to until 1.0, and then at that point the changes will be very minimal, just to dial them into more of a you know, the area they're supposed to be in. All right, if you can hear me, Deacon, I'm coming in. Hold on to your hats. Butts. But yeah, there will be, you know, two economies that essentially drive what we do. You've got the player-driven economy and the background game economy or universe economy, and each one will determine what we get up to and why we get up to it and what we look for and the prices of everything, because every item in this game will have a recipe, and the recipes begin with the raw resource. And then that resource either getting refined or not, but still transported. You hear me, Deacon? Oh shit, your ramp, I'm getting out of here. Oh no. Oh, flipping heck. Are you able to close your ramp by any chance? I think it's just trying to eat me. Don't explode, don't explode. We might need an emergency engineer out here. Oh sugar, we've purpled. Sorry, we're dying. Daylight welcome.
Don't die! Don't die!
Ah! Oh, I didn't set my spawn on the Idris either. Oh, did you survive? Chris, welcome. Happy Boxing Day to you as well. Yeah, thank you. Batch toys of obnoxious noises. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh, the dog's hurt his paw. It's like, what, again? He's only just got it fixed. Turn that off. Oh, it's run out of battery. I'm joking. Well, that's annoying. Every now and again, the Idris back ramp will just swallow you up and spit you out. Oh, we're on the Idris. How'd you hear me, Deacon? Good morning, Nitro. Are you well, mate? If anyone was here when mining began, it was a similar story. Oh yeah, it's, and you know, it's like I say, it's just going to continue on like that. People, I think either people just automatically get their back up anytime there is a change, or they're just so used to it that they just assume there should be, you know, people need to complain. Or there are just people out there who try to make a lot of song and dance about Star Citizen to try and bring their name down. Did you survive? Do you need rescuing then? Are you... Where are you? Are you down there? Can we get a rescue going for Wacky, please? Yeah, the ramp has eaten a lot. Do you hear me at all, Deacon? Let me try adjusting this, because now we're in proximity. It should. Oh, that might be why. Deacon, do you read? Hello, hello. Thank you, Nexus. Hang tight, Wacky. Next.
On way to Sparrow.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Do you see his handle? Well, that saves me having to get a drink. Ay, ay, ay. What a mess. Yeah, and they even stated this time, Waffles, as well. Oh, what was that? Sorry, I missed that. That it might not seem logical what they're doing. Things might not seem like the good approach. But it's for the future. It's intended for, you know, something coming along. Sorry, I missed whatever that was that popped up then. What's my favourite planet?
They're doing a Gillies 8, so we have more Salvage.
Bloom. Say that again, Nexus. Was that for me?
Yes.
What did you
Yeah,
say?
they're doing gauntlet missions, so we'll have more salvage after.
Ah, good thinking. I like it.
Sometimes you're smart.
I ain't saying a word, mate. Can't get it to work. Ah, man. Do you need anything? Might get a coffee while I'm up on the bridge. That's what we need on this bridge. Coffee machine. We'll have to make sure that the Kraken has one when we adopt her instead. Yeah, exactly, Waffles. You and me are in the same line of thinking, mate. It's like, to me, I play what we get. If it works. If it doesn't, I avoid it. Things change. Some professions are more profitable now than others. Some of them are not, and that can change from patch to patch. So it's like, well, I won't do that much anymore if I don't enjoy it. It's just, you got to ebb and flow with it. It does make being a citizen so much easier. Oh, legs are still killing. You don't think CIG foresee a day one blow-up success for Squadron 42? It'll have to succeed through quality and word of mouth. Yeah, well, yes and no. So, as Chris has said, you're right there, Deacon. They're not going to do a long, drawn-out release campaign. It's going to be somewhat, when it's ready, it's coming. Now, that's not to say they won't do any form of campaign. They certainly will do advertisements in whatever fashion they seem fit. But I think, as I said in the video, all of this negative press that CIG have acquired over the years will actually do them a benefit when it comes to Squadron releasing, because so many, news outlets and people are like, it's a scam, it's a joke, it'll never happen, it's still not ready, it's never going to happen. It'll release, and people will be like, oh, okay, I've heard about this, I thought it was a scam. And then they will check it out, more so than they would have if it just slipped by them. And yeah, provided it's good, of course, which from what I've seen, it looks like it will be. Then people will be like, the word of mouth alone will be, okay, this is actually really good. Even watching the reactions of random people to watching the Squadron demo, the gameplay demo that we had, they were blown away by it. Sure, it's very much like playing a Metal Gear Solid in the sense that there's a lot of cutscenes and cinematography that, you end up having to sit and watch, but that is because it's a starting thing. Not to say that there won't be a lot of that in-game, but you are able to, I think, skip most of them, or at least take them in first person. Maybe not everything, but because of that track view tech that they had. To some degree, you'll be able to. But it will prove that they are capable of not just making a game, from the look of it, the first true quadruple A game, in my opinion. Like, to me, from what I've seen, and that's obviously not a great deal because it's only been sort of drip-fed, but nothing is to that quality that I have seen released anytime soon. Yeah, pun. They'll be heavy before, but not a long release. Absolutely welcome, mate. Yeah, they'll check it out to prove that they're right, but actually they'll be wrong. A lot of people were surprised that there was an actual game. Yes, I think they're so used to just seeing trailers and cutscenes. Fire Rat, thank you for the follow. Are you a Fire Rat in Pyro? Yeah, they're so used to seeing these just trailers, these sort of pre-scripted gameplay elements, not actually gameplay of that quality, and that's unpolished. I think there has been mismanagement in the past, but I think if Chris wasn't a part of it, if Chris wasn't the one at the helm, it wouldn't be what it is or what it's going to be. And as much as, yes, they could have found maybe a more efficient way of doing things, but that's just when you're doing something new, you learn from the mistakes. You know, part of the success is going through the mistakes to find out what works and what doesn't. I don't think anyone else at the helm would have made what Chris is going to make. They would have pushed it way earlier, and it wouldn't have been ready, or it would have been much lesser than what it is. Did you hear me at all, Deacon? Hello, hello? Does anybody hear me? Cyclo, welcome.
Clear.
Do you hear Deacon as well, Nexus?
I hear him, you don't hear him?
No.
Deacon, he doesn't hear you. I can hear Deacon, but I cannot... Ryan cannot hear you.
That's so weird, because I can hear you, I can't hear him. Very strange. What just
I hear you both. I guess you're not talking to each other today.
No, can you tell Deacon, does he want a coffee? I'm kidding, you don't have to do that.
He says, yes, please.
Okay, he says, yeah. I don't know when Squadron's coming. I feel like...
Decaf.
Okay. I feel like mid next year is the likeliest option now. Originally, I thought with you know GTA 6 planning to release in May that they were going to release it in October. I'd always thought that before Chris had sort of mentioned the whole, or from what we assume Chris has mentioned from a third party, that they don't want it to clash with GTA 6. But then obviously GTA 6 getting pushed to October, they're not to November. They don't want to wait till October to release it because that's right slap bang. Just you know people aren't gonna. Yes. Irrelevant that it's one's a you know a console game, one's a PC game. There will be some who are either or, and they don't want the limelight to be swallowed if they can help it. So I do think mid next year is when they're likely going to try and release it, or summertime, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Diamond. Mistakes will have been made, absolutely, but not everyone else would have made the same mistakes or worse mistakes. We need someone like Chris to be the one guiding the ship because it's his vision. He knows what he wants and he isn't going to sacrifice any of it for the sake of someone's complaining that it's not released yet, you know? It's been 13 years. Like, yeah. So what? You reckon Q1, Kazaa? Ooh. I feel like Q1 would be too soon. Okay. Whoever you are, I've nicked your grenades. Who is this? What's happened here? You've got a lot of gear on you. Turn around, Terra. What's going... Oh, is that my vulture? Oh, sugar. Can any of you guys hear me? Is that my vulture just hanging out there? Or is that a different one?
That's another
Is that another one? A different one?
Yep.
Oh, Jesus, this...
Bad day for vultures today.
Flipping ramp. What a nightmare. That doesn't mean it won't be ready for by that time. We don't know what's left to do to get it to beta. They could be in beta by Q1 and then the rest of it's just polishing. We just don't know. I'm just spouting my opinion based on what I suspect will happen, but you know, it's as good as anyone else's opinion. If not slightly worse. Yo, Stephen. Well, yeah, I guess that's the downside of the way Star Citizen is open development. You don't see that with any other game because, I mean, when they saw that little teaser, that leaked teaser of GTA 6, everyone freaked out. Because people don't understand what a game in development looks like. This is the only game where we are playing it as they develop it from day one to where we are, and not everyone's going to understand how that works or how it, you know, what it involves. They're obviously going to make assumptions and have opinions that you can't control, but when it comes to, you know, experiences that people have, obviously playing a work in progress, an alpha, there's a lot of get out of there, tech. There's a lot of downsides to that, and there's a lot of upsides, but ultimately, if you're open to the general public to see and make assumptions, it's not going to look good. Yeah, Cyberpunk also had a very terrible launch. We weren't playing it up until launch, but when it launched, it was bad, and it's since been turned around. I think people like to doom and gloom and over-exaggerate the problem as if it's the end of the world. There is a lot of that goes on all the time. And I'm just not one of them. Alright, landing gear now, tech. Nicely done. You've made it in alive. I think you're the only one. Have we checked below if there are any boxes to be claimed from our ships being destroyed? Because I reckon those vultures have dropped a few things. Is the Pisces in fact, if best not take anything out of here. If there's anyone flying around, Nexus, are you about? Can you not hear me now? Have we lost comms with everyone?
Towing something coming back.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just check underneath on you know, ground level of the Revenant to see if there's any boxes down there. Yeah, absolutely, Meta. Absolutely, mate. How you doing? Thing is, I don't expect everyone to understand. It's not, you know, it's not on us to explain it to them. Some people just don't want to hear it, but at the end of the day, I have no qualms with the way CIG have built this game. Could things have been done better, more efficient? Absolutely. You learn that as you go.
Cannot be salvaged, Ryan. They despawn.
Oh yeah, of course. I assume that, do they take all the boxes with them then?
Yeah, everything's off.
Ah, nuts. Alright. Carrot, how you doing, mate? Nice to see you. Are you well? Did you have a good Christmas? Jason, welcome. Wrong way. We ain't got a ship, I'm afraid. Are we heading back to port to unload or somewhere? What's the plan right now, Deacon? Sounds like Jarvis. What Nexus sounds like Jarvis. I can't think of what Jarvis sounds like. Yeah. Star Citizen experiences. Sometimes it's maybe good. Sometimes it's maybe shit.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. You only worry about the business model at launch, the whole buying ships thing. They'll still sell ships. There's no reason why they need to stop selling ships. It's there available for those who have the cash to do so, who want to support the project. But I think for the most part, when things aren't getting wiped, you know, post 1.0, most people will earn it in game. I know I will. That's not to say I will.
Alright.
Ah, I hear you.
You hear me now?
I do. Way.
So it's the 50-meter range again.
All right. I'll stay by your side. Where are we going? What are we doing?
Steed and the others have killed.
I've killed what? Did that break taking my helmet off? Or am I out of range now? Where is he sat? I don't even... That might be him there. Let's try putting him back on again. Do you hear me again? back to it today. Yeah, thank you, mate.
Excellent work. You are an official graduate of Gilly's famous combat pilot training course. And I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
be
that's.
proud.
I think you know most
now have
people
the
don't
skills
realise
to not
what
only
it takes to
protect
build a
yourself
game,
from
and that's
dangerous
or how long
but you
or
may
what it
have
costs,
makings
and that's
of truly
from
exceptional
a
learner.
company, you know, from
I wish
companies
you
who are
luck,
already
and hope we'll
established
meet
with
again
an
next
engine
time you're
and
looking to
techniques and
improve your
tools and
piloting know-how.
staff. You know.
This is Flight Instructor Gilly, signing off.
Yo, Sky Shay, welcome. I just wish it was easier to find people to play with. I feel like it's hard to join orgs. I would say exclamation org. Absolutely check out our org. It does cater for solo players. It certainly does. What makes you think it doesn't cater for solo players? Jarvis is too posh. Nexus sounds like a voice pack you would get in a Corsair. Oh, you know where he hurts. that was intentionally personal. I can feel that one. Although I do like the Corsair, but I know he doesn't. That was a good one. That was a good insult. How do you join or create orgs? So you go to the org website, or the organization section of the website, and then you can scroll and see the orgs there. They are, with the social tools that they will be bringing next year, this will be heavily updated to allow you to find exactly who you're looking for. Right now it's somewhat limited, but you know, by all means, feel free to join up and take part in our org events. You're all more than welcome. You can do the sandbox activities alone. What do you mean? What activities do you mean? Yes. Thankfully, Chris has outlined or mentioned that the social tools will be getting updated this year. Sorry, next year, 2026. That, for me, never used to be a huge of huge importance until we started doing all this org stuff. Oh yeah, Stormbreaker, you can't do that. That's true. I mean, you could try, but it probably wouldn't go very well. But that's not a sandbox activity, is it? Is that classed as sandbox? I thought you meant some things like mining or salvaging and so forth. But, you know, that's not to say that this is often a constant battle for CIG is they do something combat orientated. Those that don't like combat are like, when's this other stuff? Or, you know, they do something that's tailored to a certain other type of player, then those complain that that's not catering for them. I think the best benefit will be when it comes to instance content, especially for solo gameplay. But for me, the locations like Hathor and Onyx and whatnot, as much as, yes, you're not really... People have gone through it solo. In fact, people go through it solo quite a bit. But for me, it's just to rinse, repeat. And you die, you're going to have to respawn and start afresh or you know, get back to it. It is doable solo, but it's not intended. So it's not ideal. But what I tend to do is I will go to those locations and be opportunistic and see if I can, not to say that's, you know, fulfilling what you want by any means, but I will see, you know, what I can get there, whether there's ships to salvage, whether the door to the components are open and I can grab some stuff. But as they continue to develop the game, more and more content will be tailored for all types of players. They have said, as we all know, they want to cater for solo, small groups, large groups, massive orgs in all areas, be that industrial, combat, PvP, PvE, and so forth. They want to do it all, but that is firstly they need the tech to do that with the mission system which they're expanding upon, and the time and resources, which we are starting to see a big uptick in content. You know, a lot of the content this year has been mixed. It's been partially solo orientated, partially group orientated, and it's been quite a mixed bag, to be fair. It might not be the content that you particularly want to do, but that's not necessarily a fault of theirs, in the sense that they're trying to cater for everyone. They're doing as much as they can for all groups, but some people might not prefer that, you know, option. But it is all a matter of time.
Okay.
like, I think
You're in
the
right
the
place.
biggest benefit
Stand by
really
while I
is
deploy your targets.
1.0. The intention of 1.0 is to have this huge overarching storyline, which, was you just about to say something, Andy?
Hostiles heading to your position. Prepare to engage.
Hello, mate.
This is the helmet.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me all right? You hear me? What the hell? Did you hear me in third person? So weird. So weird. I forgot where I was going now. What I was saying. Heisenberg. He does look like Heisenberg, yeah.
That's it.
I hear you. Do you hear me? Do you hear? I can hear you fine. Can you not hear me? Hello? 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 What on earth? I'm hearing you loud and clear. Unless you're just kicking out again instantly. Hello? Yo, Chris, Merry Christmas. Hello, Deacon? Hello? Hello? Let's just try knocking that off. Try. Do you hear me on Party Alone? Anything? Anything at all? Hello? Let me try taking my helmet off. Is your helmet still off? Yeah. Do you hear me? Deacon? Hello? No, you can't put PDCs on any ship.
I can hear you, he can't.
Can you hear Deacon as well, still?
I can hear him, yes. Yeah. I can.
Oh, you can't hear him now.
Try removing your helmet.
I have. Yeah, helmet's off. I absolutely recommend it, Carrot.
Funny.
It's just, I don't know what's going on. But obviously with VoIP, like, all that lot are in Discord. When I'm streaming, I don't go into Discord just because there's obviously a lot of people talking and it makes it hard to concentrate on what's going on. But, oh, the VoIP. VoIP. I really hope that we don't have to wait for the social refactor to get VoIP working. I hope that we can at least get it updated to support more than 50 people. Nexus, can you ask about and see if we need any of the torpedoes that might be on board that Polaris? Motivated, welcome. I hope we get player buffs like movement. So, you already do, to some degree. But there was talk a while
Well,
back.
if you want them, we can take them. They're stock, but we can definitely get them.
Do you think it's worth grabbing? I know APOC tends to shy away from them. He wants those fancy ones.
Well, Epoch is a bougie person. He likes to shoot the more expensive tops.
He does. Shall we grab them?
Well, yeah, let's do that.
I mean,
Do that.
they can keep salvaging while we do it. But yeah,
Send more people your way.
Yeah, nice one. There is, you know, the intention of those passive stats. Although Star Citizen isn't going to have your classic, you know, you're now level 10 in mining, it is going to have these, or it's still, I assume it's still intended, they haven't mentioned it in a while, but these passive stats where you do something enough, your character will be able to do it for longer, for example. Like if you're running a lot, your stamina will go up. Which, I'm like this. I like the idea like they had in San Andreas, where you could increase, you know, your muscle mass and so forth, and get fat if you ate too much and stuff. But at the same time, I don't like the idea that the more takedowns you do, the better you get at doing it. It kind of feels a bit more restrictive. So I'm open to the idea of it, but it needs to be very much as I want it, and nothing else. Yeah, food, drink, it all gives you buffs. Ups and downs. Like some things will keep you satiated for longer. Some things I can't recall what it all. But if you jump into your journal and go down here to better nutrition, better you, it speaks about your NDR and your HEI, which everything you eat or drink has either rating or both of these ratings, and some of them have buffs like atrophic, energizing, fatiguing, cognitive boosting, and they have actual in-game implications on your character, be that positive or negative. Yeah, no skill tree. There's never going to be a skill tree where you can be like, I'm going to unlock this. It's more, if you're doing something enough, like a lot, you will just become more efficient at it. But not like a skill tree that you can, you can add and unlock things to, which I'm glad about. I don't like that in games. It just gets annoyingly complicated. I would rather it be a bit more realistic in that sense. Aussie Wantil, thank you so much for the 19-month resub there. Beers and party, please. What's this all about? That's not an entrance. Oh, way up. Oh, this thing is dead. How do we get this stuff out of here? I didn't realise it was completely dead. Are we getting it out of the airlock, or are we able to get it out of a door? Where'd that one go? Whoop. Apologies. Alright, we got it. Oh, gently. Try and get it through. It's kind of not wanting to get through that area. They're like two different, what do you call them, zones. That one's gone through the ship. What have we got here then? Well, they have said, although I don't think it works right now, they have said that one example was a certain drug, like if you're stood next to it and it gets shot and the canister explodes and you breathe that in, you may get impacted by that. Like AI might and you might, and in some fashion. So they do intend to have these sorts of drugs and whatnot. I suppose it's just part of the player status, the medical system. It all plays its part in it. Chris, thank you so much for gifting 5 gift subs there, or what do you call them, channel memberships. Much appreciated, my friend. Beers and party, and Johnny with the 500 cheer as well. Thank you, guys. Ooh. Thank you so much for the support. Beers and party, please, and cheers. If you do a lot of refining, they could add a discount or jump the queue a bit to be faster. Yeah, like that's more rep based, isn't it? So you gain rep with certain companies and brands, and you get discounts and whatnot, or benefits in that sense. That's not necessarily a character buff. That's a genuine like reputation change or reward. Whoa. Gone. At least, even if we're not going to use, even if they're not the best, using these for like target practice is helpful. Yes, exactly. One of the big draws for me about Star Citizen was that they wanted things to be skill-based. That has always, ever since, I mean, I don't know the first time I heard that, but it must have been a very early concept in 2012, around that time, because for what I remember, it was always, you know, a big draw to me. That's what they want to do. So the more experienced you are, the better you get at stuff, the more you do stuff, you just naturally become more capable. Rather than it being, you know, I'm level 10 now because I've just, my bar has leveled up because I've mined for 50 hours. I've never been a fan of that. I've never been an RPG player, to be fair. Well, an RPG to a degree, yes, but it's always annoyed me, the having to go through all those stat pages and things. Come here, you flipping... I did, thank you, Quantum. Did you? It was a nice quiet one, where it was just us three chilling out throughout the day, taking our time over everything. No rush, you know, not have to be anywhere. – 2015, not before, don't you think? Oh, it's off. Yeah, skill trees are boring. I don't know. I love how we have people who are good at some things, really bad at other things. It really warrants that group play in the org where we need certain people and they, you know, they take a liking to certain things and not others. I mean, that was one of the premises of Star Citizen, is to make it that sort of multi-crew or multiplayer. Even if you're not even interacting with people beyond just buying something from them. You might not like crafting. You might be terrible at crafting. But there might be someone locally who is extremely good at it and you can pay them to do it for you. You don't even need to interact with them as such. You just ask them via a message or, you know, face to face anyway. You don't have to interact with them. You can just ask them if they can craft something and then go to their storefront. They don't even need to be there once they've crafted it. They stick it on the their storefront, you buy it. Well, the thing about, like, how in-depth do they want to go with this stuff? The original intention with Star Citizen was not to be Beam Citizen. The only reason why I mean, I don't know how much this is going to change or if it will change, but I'm hoping it does. The original intention was that things will be more hands-on and visceral and, you know, not just beams everywhere. The only reason why we got beams was to bring these mechanics into our hands earlier, sort of as quick as possible. Whether they still decide to do that, I don't know. They have sort of specified that they will decide, you know, as time goes on. For example, engineering, they said there will be different malfunctions that will need to be treated differently, and then later they sort of said we're going to start with, you know, just using a beam, and then from there we will, oh crap, determine whether it's necessary to have a more interaction, a more in-depth interaction, because it might not be. Because it's already complicated, but I personally hope it does. But yeah, I can understand why a lot of people wouldn't. But same with medical, it would be great to get to a more hands-on medical interaction. But they have stressed that they don't want people to be locked into an animation right when they're about to get attacked because someone's bandaging me and I can't do anything about it. So I guess the only real way of getting out of it would potentially be to have a break off with it, but we'll see what they decide. There's still plenty of time to figure that out and to expand on it, but whether they do for everything or not is yet to be seen. But I personally am bored of just beaming everywhere. I don't mind it for things like tractor beams and mining. That kind of makes sense. But at the same time, I still would like to see more hands-on for a lot of other areas. These missiles have a mind of their own. Quatatron, how you doing? Thank you so much for the resub, my friend. Much appreciated. Bills and butter. Yes, absolutely playing. I think there is a natural state when it comes to most games that gamers tend to just think, you know, winning is acquiring, rather than just enjoying, and they feel like in order to prove to others that they're winning as well, that they need to say, I've just earned 50 million in 10 minutes. Like, to me, there is no, like, I don't get impressed by that, because I like, did you have fun doing it? Or were you absolutely bored out of your tree because you've been grinding it for the last 5 days, you know? What's important is fun, as said. That's all that matters. If you enjoy something, keep doing it. Of course, there needs to be decent pay where it's appropriate, and that can scale. Whoa, boy. I'm hearing gunshots. Is that just to open doors and whatnot? Alright, gentle, gentle, gentle. This one's not having a good time. Come here. This one just wants to leave. There we are. Alright, gentle, pushing him in. Oh, here's one. We might want to soon offload. This could cause problems. Whoa. But yeah, I think a lot of people do fall in that trap of, you know, I'm playing to just make money and acquire a large bank balance. And that is, I think, where a lot of people, like, over the years, I've seen people that are saying that they're not having a good time, that they're bored of it, are the ones that tend to just focus on making cash in-game. And understandably, that rinse repeat is going to not be fun. I don't think, you know, people that do have fun are the ones that tend to just do what they enjoy, more so than you know, trying to acquire wealth. Not to say that you shouldn't do it if that's what you want to do by any means, but it doesn't automatically mean you're going to have a good time if that's what you're doing. Alright, we got a vulture coming in here. Let's... Oh, shit. I think I might have hit the geo. Yeah, at the end of the day, do what you enjoy, right? Do what you like the most. No one can tell you how to play. No one can say you're doing it wrong or you're doing it right. All I'm saying is, have a look at alternate ways to play beyond just trying to make money. Okay, we're good there. Nicely done. Yeah, this does actually cause dangers, because they can explode if taken enough damage. The lag, from what I can see, isn't too bad, but very early on, when we were taking off from this ship, Dark Tidings was taking off with a vulture right in front of him, just literally flying into it, pushing it out the hangar, and says that he didn't even see it, it wasn't even there on his screen. So there's certainly lag going on, but I think it's not crazy right now. Yeah, do you mean in terms of the physicality, Seethim, not changing for 1.0? I kind of agree. I feel like 1.0, it'll probably still remain, for the most part, as beams. And then beyond that, they may look to... I mean, certain things may change a little bit, like medical and whatnot, but yeah, right now it's probably going to remain like this. Honcho, how you doing? You just got to fly around and have scouts out and about, but yeah, I don't know. I know one person says that they left, that their 890 jump was at Harper's, I think we just have a lot of people out and about searching various locations to see if they find any and then reporting back to the org. I am planning by planning camping trips. I don't have any planned that I am intending to record at any time soon. My cousin was hoping to go camping tomorrow, in fact, which he asked a few weeks back, and I just figured with work and Christmas, I didn't really have time to do it. So we are planning to go in January, but that's probably just going to be a quick, let's get out and get back to it, get it back into the habit of it, and then sometime in winter, maybe February or March, look to do a recorded trip. But I'm just, at the moment, I'm just super invested in Star Citizen. You might need to jump, sir. Ow! Yeah, I need to find a bit more of a balance going on, because, you know, working out Star Citizen, it doesn't leave much room for camping right now. But that's why that camping channel, if you're unaware, I have a YouTube camping channel where I just do solo hot tent overnighter kind of camps. And it's new, so bear that in mind. Everything isn't looking perfect, but that's a hobby channel, which will have videos as and when I get a chance to do it. They're not going to be regular, they're not going to be consistent, they're just going to be, I feel like doing it this time, and I'm, you know, my mind is capable of catering for that. Yeah, nobody light a smoke. Yes, why not both? Absolutely, do all. Whatever you choose to do in game should be rewarding, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, right now, not everything is as rewarding as other things, and it can be easy to get stuck in a trap of rinse, repeat, boring grind that brings you down and you don't enjoy, and it ruins the experience for you when all you had to do was just stop doing it and do something else, you know. James Healy, thank you for the follow. Get Morgan, thank you for the follow as well. I missed that one, apologies. Bowrick, how you doing? Daz, welcome. Yeah, I agree, playing catch-up. It's kind of how we're built as a reflection of people. Absolutely. Not in every case, I'm sure, but yeah, in many cases. Deep Eyes, how you doing? A shocking amount of 890 jumps in Nyx's asteroid belt. When Nyx first came along, actually it was when the Perseus first came along, and everyone had it as a rent, you know, like a freebie to try. It was like, well, during the IAE, they were everywhere. It was insane how many there were. I mean, it makes sense. Drago, thank you so much for sending me your Prime sub. That is much appreciated. Whoa. Beers and patty, please. Oh, you nearly got yourself there. Look how cool the game kind of looks lighting-wise now. It certainly seems to look a lot... Oh, we got a rogue one. It certainly seems to look a lot... Oh man, it's my turn to whack myself with one. A lot more consistent lighting-wise since Vulcan's come along. Has anyone else noticed that, or is it just me? Whoops. Oh boy! That was an unfortunate ricochet. I'll let someone else deal with that one. When I put it there, it seems to just spit it back out again. Kingsman, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Eating a tad too much. So say we all, I think. That's Christmas for you, mate. I hope it was tasty, though. Delicate Beast, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? We actually salvaged a reclaimer funnily enough. But no, I don't think we brought out a reclaimer today. I think we've been mostly smaller ships. Ah, no, we've got a rogue one. Ah, gotcha. I'm going to stick them here if people can stack them, because I'm having a bit of trouble connecting them to the cargo grid. Is that your lot? Oh, we got all them. Are they being flung out? I can't reach those ones. Let me go chuck these out. Hang on. Whoops. Sorry. Got it. Nice one. Like, what we're doing now, you could skill tree it in the sense of, you know, your tractor beam gets easier to use, you know, like through the iterations that we've had tractor beams over the course of different levels. But actually, there is skill to using a tractor beam, and that comes with experience more than anything. Knowing how to do it and what to do, it's like that's where Star Citizen really excels. And this is just a very basic explanation. Are we done? Okay, there we go. Thomas, how you doing? On the Idris. Oh, do you want to grab it? You go ahead. I'll continue ejecting. Oh, are you EVing and doing it? I don't know. Is it about 8? No. Is it about 4, sorry? It looks like 4. 4 high in each of those booths. Yeah, I guess, you know, if that's his reaction to it, Sathim, then he's not ready to play right now. It's kind of, like we were saying, things chop and change quite considerably. Sometimes certain professions are better, others are worse, and it could change the next patch. It's, if all your pleasure was in that one profession and it changes and you lose that excitement, then absolutely you should stop playing until things get further updated. Have we got another one coming in? And Josh. What's that for, Carrot? Alaska, welcome. Just woke up. Time to call this. Altgard, welcome. We're just chucking RMC around. We just did a little salvage up. Just a nice getting us back into the flow of things with the org. Yeah, everything needs updating. It's funny, isn't it, Waffles? It's like... I can't even be bothered. Can't even be bothered. Yeah, no pallets. Lost to Gar, welcome. Yeah, exactly. I gave up responding to comments in that way a long time ago. Oh no. Why are they going to... Oh shit, are you actually trying to... Sorry. It's like a mouse sticking its hand through the mouse hole to try and get a piece of bread. Waiting for your Herald saying that. I wouldn't be surprised if data running gameplay comes along soon. It's I'm expecting the Hermes to be a data runner personally, and I'm wondering if that will be the entry into, you know, maybe one of the first patches of the new year, bringing hacking data running. They are certainly close by, because the last we heard for hacking was that the... I'm just going to loot this body. I don't know whose it is. Was that they were working on a tutorial for how hacking works for the players to understand. And we read that in a monthly report months ago. Okay. I'll get all this stuff. If it's one of you lot, let me know. I'll pass it on back to you, but it's just, you know, sitting there. Tryson, welcome. You got the Orion Day one, and here I sit. Yeah, one day, that is going to be an absolute monster of a long-duration mining session. But,
Who's responsible for stacking the boxes?
oh boy. Nexus has seen it. He's seen it. Everybody run. Yo, Dead Tech, welcome. Vulcan's out. Oh, do you mean, sorry, the Vulcan? The ship. That confused me for a second. Yeah, I still own the Vulcan. I don't know when that's coming, but that is going to be a nice one. We thought we'd save it for you, mate. I know how much you like stacking boxes. Are you actually getting that stuff up there? And I'm going to have a look at the top, because we're putting it up there because it tends to sit better on the cargo grid as well, but it's funny. What's that time, man? Most anticipated. Well, yeah. Inventory is an absolute nightmare. Thankfully, that should be coming in a very early patch next year. Oh, the Starliner, yeah. Oh, I loved reading that about all the doctor stuff, the drink mixer, that passenger transport post. I mean, that's the thing, that's still the intention, but, you know, at what point, when, for the first iteration, for the second iteration. Right, cargo, it's this way, I believe. Yeah, the Caterpillar is a really old ship at this point now. That needs a ton of work doing to it to get it functioning properly. Are we human? I might have started in the wrong key there. I think so, Solex. I don't know if it's going to be exactly one a month, or if it's going to be, you know, around one a month, but maybe in some circumstances it might be one every other month. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a mixture of what we have seen this year, but stretched out. So maybe not one every month, but with more features in each patch, but still focusing on quality of life and stuff. So I would say around one every 1.5 to 2 months, but I don't know until they tell us. But they did say it's going to be a similar release cadence to last year, to this year. Space Guilds. Oh, could you imagine? Yeah, the reader of the... I own a Reclaimer. I love that ship. And it took me a long time to get to that ship. So I'm excited to see that get updated. I still want to keep the style. Like, I really love the style of it in terms of... its aesthetic, you know, with it being a very Nostromo styled. Yeah, the Vulcan always gets me. It's like, I know when I mention it in videos, it's going to confuse people. The only way to tell is with when it's written down, and it took me a second then to realize it was a C and not a K. Love and live, yeah. I live my Reclaimer. Gonji, how you doing? A continual release cadence, one a month is way too long. Yeah, just every week. Keep pumping them out. It was impressive, but it was only possible because they weren't rolling out huge, complicated... Well, they were somewhat complicated, but they weren't like amazingly deep features that, you know, go... They're only surface level, essentially. No huge code changes until the end of the year. So they were able to do it without much of a problem. They still ran into problems, but that's why I think it's going to be a little less than one every month, because... Oh, here we go. Because they will be rolling out quite significant core features that will need time to be tested and improved, and... Oh, boy. I'm going to go for a wee while this is happening. Hopefully, we don't crash. But the audio issue is here. We'll see how this gets on. Yeah, looking at Discord. Oh, have we crashed? Oh. Looking at Discord, we have 23 people in Discord, not including myself, or 22, 23, plus myself. We crashed, didn't we? That's the audio bug. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think we did. This is why we're sort of tentatively getting back into the org stuff rather than spending a lot of time like they usually do, you know, our upper echelons organizing stuff and going to a lot of depth to do it, because we're still dealing with this stuff, which is a real shame. And hopefully, oh, there we go, we've crashed. And hopefully they can get this hot fixed properly, you know, before, while they're still working on it. A memory leak, Mayor. Okay. Are you within your VRAM range? Not that that's necessarily the memory leak, I guess. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of the C2. It's just not my style. It really isn't. Sorry, Nexus. The tech smuggler missions is anyone else freight elevator. I believe that's a known issue. Yeah, I think that's a known issue with the with, is it Onyx and that stuff? I believe so. Yeah, of course, Barrick. It's like they make a decision and then the next month it's changed again. But hopefully when we get this stuff G-Shap, starting next year, you know, all these features that they're working on, I suspect they are a little further on than what would be classed as tier 0. That's not to say they won't be, but Like with hacking, for example, if they're working on a tutorial, that would explain to me that there's quite a lot of depth and detail to it beyond just a basic entry-level mechanic. If they need to explain it to us. Like engineering coming in, that wasn't tier 0. That was way beyond tier 0. Looking to buy your first starter ship? What you'll think about a scavenger ship? Welcome, it's Met B. There isn't technically a scavenger ship per se, but you have a lot of options. Like, as long as you've got, all right, I'm back. As long as you've got a cargo hold, you can scavenge. What's your budget? I would say is the first question we need. How much are you happy and willing to spend on your first Star Citizen pledge? I prefer the Caterpillar visual-wise, but the C2 is certainly more efficient. But yeah, I think part of the trade-off with the Caterpillar will be that those... maybe the catwalk. Maybe they'll change it where it doesn't have a catwalk. But you won't have the full length of the Caterpillar to load stuff into. You would still have the individual compartment limitations. But the strength of the Caterpillar versus the C2 is its modularity. You'll be able to chop and change those modules for whatever they decide, whereas the C2 is stuck. That is what it is. It's a hauler. Yeah, what's your budget? $2 grand? What's that coming through the wall? Nothing quite like fear in a game when you've got just a stack full of torpedoes, size 9 torpedoes, and a ramp that eats everyone and everything. Like, we started with so many ships. I think they've all practically been eaten. Yeah, animations are... So the trouble with a lot of things animation-wise in Star Citizen, both for ships, both for characters, is they're all over the place. Because some of them were designed less so for game efficiency and, requirements, and more for, like, cinematics or, I don't know, just making it seem cool. I think once Squadron comes over, Squadron is a game that, needs to be polished in that regard to the speed. Everything all right, Deacon? Where you sprinting, you're like, oh no, I've got to walk. Where's the pilot? Are you the pilot? What's happened? When you see the pilot abandoning ship, then you gotta worry. Yeah, this is all part of the polish. So right now they're polishing, they're optimizing Squadron. Anyone hear me? When we start getting all of that stuff coming over from... Oh, are we back already? When we start getting all that stuff polished over from Squadron, that stuff will be sorted. So speeds and smoothness, refining the animation of characters and so forth, that is all going to be part and parcel of how that evolves and comes over with the Squadron polish. And it's desperately needed. Are we taking... Are we chucking out these torpedoes? Yeah, this year, Bowery. The fact that we are on with, 20-odd people is great. Hang on, shall I go get my vehicle? Don't lob anything into your hangar yet, Deacon. Hang on. Into your freight elevator. Don't use it just yet. Yeah, did you crash as well, Terra? Oh man, that audio crash. Just reload. You should log back into the same place. Yes, we are, Barrick. There's nothing else to play at the moment, mate. This is the only version available.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Atlas, there. I'm moving. Yeah, about 700. The trouble is, VoIP only supports 50. Don't put it in, Deacon. Don't put it in yet. Thank you, mate. Woo. You did that on purpose. So dynamic meshing will allow them to push it further. That sounds like, from the letter of the chairman, that's something that they are intending to help push it further. Mine Quatertron Clipper, without a doubt. Is it there? Maybe it's not in vehicles. Maybe it's in other? Or is it in armor? Is it? Where does the Atlas come in? Tools? Utility. That's right. Must be. Where is it? Where do I... Which section does this come up in? Is it other? It's not there. I did. Yeah, I've claimed it. What do you mean, sorry, claim not... Is that what it said? Avenger Titan's a good one to go for. I didn't use the search line because I don't have anything here. I thought I claimed it.
Welcome to the ASOP.
Oh, do you mean... yeah, because it's an Atlas. I don't need to go too far for it. I see your point. Yeah, it's there, look.
Please visit us again.
Oh, yeah, there is one there, isn't there? It should be fine. It should be claimable. Oh, they can't anymore, Grand. Have they changed that then? Did they change all that and now it's no longer possible? It has to come up the main thing. Oh, you just did it last night? Okay. But where is it? Oh, I can use search here, can't I? Nope. There we go. What a buffoon. Is that what you meant by the search bar? You too, Shield. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it was a shame about the reducing the size of the pyro system. Or the speed, maybe. Hmm. It was size, wasn't it? Careful when I enter it. Oh, why is that, Benenza? Well, that's not quite where I wanted it. What are you doing? Just put it where it was originally slated. Like it at all, does it? Alright, this isn't gonna be... Oh, there's some there already. I didn't see those. Look at it, it's just changing its mind every 2 seconds. Oh, you're annoying. You are very annoying. Alright, slowly getting into business. Alright, yeah, it's working. Yeah, it's just freaking out for some reason. Oops. Way! Deacon's playing Cargo Olympics again. At least it protects me from his violence. There it comes. Raining RMC. But yeah, the Avenger Titan's a good one. The only downside to it is that it's old, like in terms of the current technology within the game for ships. It's a very, very old ship that needs updating. Hopefully, we're not waiting too long for that to happen, but it doesn't, you know, it's not ready, like it's not up to snuff now, but overall it's a very good ship for doing all sorts of stuff. But if you are planning to avoid combat, there are better ships out there. Yeah. Amazon delivery driver in 2120. Well, I would argue that this is a lot more efficient than the... Oh, we're doing that thing again. Look, where I don't want to go through there twice. This is technically a lot more efficient than using your power lifter, your power tool. But oops, flung that one. That would really depend on the user, I guess. Yo, Vincent. Come on. If it wasn't fanning around like this, you can actually be really super efficient with it. Are we filling a gap there, or is it pushing something else out the way? It's really weird, isn't it, how it's behaving lately? Well, the problem is, we're kind of stuck in this awkward... I've got to be inside the actual thing to do it. Oops. I get that one. There we go. And it kind of looks like you're just lobbing it, but actually it is clamping. Provided you get that little purple thing. Just get out of the way, because we're all on this side. Like, we don't have to be perfect, because I don't think we have that much that we're going to fill this whole thing. And whoever that is, you need to jump. It looks like you're just laying down there. Yeah, there's plenty for the hauling mechanic profession to improve upon, to make it just more fun, more, less of a drag and so forth. But a lot of it will come down to the type of commodity you're hauling and the maelstrom and whether, the damage that could cause to boxes that you want to be a bit more protective of. Because they will have integrity to them. You don't want to be doing this with a hand tool, that's for sure. What time did she get up, Johnny? Your little niece Peppa Pig outfit, and she won't take it off. Oh. No, she actually... Christmas morning, I set my alarm for, I think, 7:30. Or maybe 7. I think me and Rachel both woke up at around the same time. And we got downstairs, I got the coffee, got her a coffee, and we just sort of sat for a little bit. And I just said, I'm going to go and work out while we wait for her to wake up. And then the minute I was going upstairs to get into my workout gear, I heard, "I'm finished, Dada." And I was like, oh. And she was on the potty and she just had a wee. So she was awake. And so we just got her some milk, got downstairs and just got to opening a bunch of presents. What, using the free cam, what with Z? Can't do it with Z. It doesn't seem to let me, maybe because I'm using TOBII. Oh, yeah, that can be quite efficient, actually. Yeah, it seems to be a lot more control over where you place them. Oh, I like that. It's nice. Good tip there, Sam. Whoa! Anyway. Ask my opinion. You've heard rumours about a full game wipe. Is it actually going to happen soon, or is it just rumours? They have said that they will need to do one at some point. They're just unsure when. But they want to fix the exploits first before they do. Otherwise, there's no point, because they wipe due to exploits. So once we hear that they have fixed all the exploits that are happening, which could be a long time, it could be, the next patch, we just don't know, then it's safe to assume that a full wipe will be coming. Now, whether that includes rep, I don't know. It might not. But eventually there will be a full wipe before 1.0. So one at least. Chances are we will see others, quite a few others, before 1.0. What's the biggest ship? Probably the Idris, is it? Is the Idris the biggest ship? Oh, but buying it in-game. You can't buy it in-game, you can earn it in-game, but I think maybe the 890 jump in that case is the biggest you can buy in-game. But you can earn the Idris from Wicklow by, fulfilling his ridiculously diva thing. Yo, RJ, reload. We love to stack. Whey, look at that. We have some good proper stackers in this org. Nexus, king of stackers. Yeah, the RMC Fortress. How you doing, Pink Floyd? It's like when you build a base, like putting up, bedding and whatnot. Holy moly. I gotta go. Oh boy. It's time for me to leave, in fact. Sorry to ditch you all, but 6 o'clock already. Sorry, Lyle. Yeah, absolutely, Mac. There will be a wipe, a full, complete wipe by 1.0. It's going to be hard when we start having base building. All right, you losers, I'm off. See yous. When we have base building, you know, during the alpha phase, pre 1.0, it's going to be really hard having spent a good amount of time building... Sorry, guys. Building your perfect base and outpost or whatever, and then a wipe coming. That's going to be a difficult moment. But it'll happen. Of course it'll happen. A few months, 2 months, that's quite specific. We have no idea. Depends on how long it takes them to fix these exploits. Yeah, everything we do right now will get reset. Of course it will. That's why I just try and have fun with what I enjoy doing and not sweating too much about anything else. Minimal, how you doing? Oh. Yeah, there may be several wipes between now and 1.0. All we know is that they are intending to do a wipe soon once they've fixed the exploits. There will be a wipe for 1.0. What we get in between that is yet to be seen, but there will certainly, or not certainly, but there is likely going to be more wipes before now and 1.0, just purely because they're working on a lot of stuff. Economy-based, crafting, base build, you know, there's all sorts of stuff that will likely need to be changed. If someone had been up early and it was clear outside, it could have shown us Santa's going home, or the ISS at 6:15. We took her to, there's a house in the village that's got like lights everywhere, you know, like Christmas lights. And we bought her a torch for Christmas. So we gave her that and we went out together to walk down to this house and have a look at it. It's like a flipping beacon. I love it. Yeah, it's sad, but it's a necessity. I actually don't really care about wipes at all. I enjoy them when they happen. I didn't enjoy them when they were like every patch, but I enjoy them now because it kind of resets things, gives us a purpose to get crack on again, and gets rid of all the craziness that I've built up over the time. Yeah, every village has one. Alex, when the game releases soon, yeah, I think we have a command for that. Yeah, they may even wipe all but rep. Eventually, rep will need to be wiped, because, you know, 1.0, but yeah. That's it, the one person who is not afraid of that electricity bill. It's like, how do you do it? Funnily enough, though, I think I saw them putting up solar panels before Christmas arrived. So, they're coming into the 21st century. You have no rad. Oh, which tracks? Yeah, we have something like that. I remember that. Yeah, there's still a few, like, you know, we're talking 2, maybe 3 years before 1.0. But again, it all depends on just how fast they can get stuff done. Yeah, they try to avoid wiping, not necessarily just to, you know, to not hurt casual players, but to hurt any player. They don't want people to feel like there's nothing to work for. It doesn't benefit them in the long run as well when it comes to getting people to test and play to gather data. It's in their own interest. Also, they want that long-term data. They want to know what people spend their money on if they have it around for a long while. All they ever really got was short-term data, which can only tell them so much. They needed to leave it for longer. They just need the technologies there to allow it to happen. Yeah, it doesn't bother me either, Den. Anyway, what are we on? Friday, aren't we? So, next stream will be on Monday. And this next week... So, 29th I'll be streaming. 31st I won't be, which is the Wednesday. I'll be going bowling with the family. And then on Friday I will be streaming. So, Friday the 2nd. But between now and then... I should have another off-grid episode to come out maybe on Sunday. I will be working on getting the PIMAX set up. and ready to go. Do keep an eye on my Discord. I'll post that that survey that PIMAX have put out there for starcitizen VR. They want your thoughts and opinions. Other than that, we know there is a skeleton crew working right now at CIG. Although I don't know when they come back to work. They may be off for the the next couple of weeks, but there is a skeleton crew there who are working to hotfix. This doesn't mean we're going to have solid fixes for all the issues we have, but they are working to try and find wins here and there to make what we have more playable. So between now and, well, any day really, we could see a new patch tonight. We could see, they did maintenance this morning. We'll see how it goes. We managed to play for a good 3 hours with only one crash, which is definitely better than it has been of late. And we didn't have any engineering issues, which was good. We just had the Idris ramp eating us all. Eating all of our ships full of RMC, just being like, chomp, 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 chomp. Right, let me find someone to pass it on to. Thank you so much for watching, for lurking, for supporting, for subscribing and so forth. It is all very much appreciated. Oh, we've got Maya on. We've also got Astropub. I'm going to send it Astropub's way today, because I have been listening to the Astro Historian a lot over the holidays. On a night time, I'll just put one headphone in and I'll just lay down and listen to all his lore readings and reports. Do suggest checking out Paul's YouTube and Twitch. So we're going to pass it his way, the Astropub. Long-standing podcaster as well. Ooh, we're in capitals. And just a genuinely nice, great guy. There we are. Yeah, I'll see you all on Monday. Between now and then, hopefully we have some things to crack on with and listen to. But it's going to be quiet for the time being, which is why I'm able to get on with doing more off-grid stuff. So it won't really kick off again until, I suppose, going into the new year. But it is still enjoyable. Right, this is my end screen. Have a great evening. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you bright and early on Monday afternoon. Much love. Bye-bye.